Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Philadelphia City Council and the Special Committee on Kensington. I now note that the hour has come. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to make attendance? Members that are in attendance, please indicate that you are present when your name is called.
Madam Chair.
Present.
Madam Chair Lozada,
Present.
Vice Chairman Jones,
Present.
Councilwoman Ahmed, Councilman Driscoll,
Present.
Councilman Harity, and Councilman Squilla.
Present.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I would like to welcome everyone to the Special Committee on Kensington's hearing on diversion programs in our city. The Special Committee is dedicated to fostering a collaborative effort to analyze and evaluate the efficacy of current policies and develop solutions to restore stability in the Kensington community. Today's hearing will focus on a critical component that we believe must be a part of the solution to restore the Kensington community: diversion programs. Diversion has a potential to improve the lives of individuals suffering from substance use disorder, the quality of life of a neighborhood, and the overall safety of our city. These programs seek to treat substance use disorders and prevent the cycle of incarceration. It's clear that putting everyone in prison is not the answer, and we cannot simply arrest our way out of this situation in a manner that punishes people for their addiction instead of treating it. Diversion is a tool that we know works, and we know of success stories in our city and beyond. We also know that there are many programs that already exist in our city. Today, we will examine the landscape of these programs, identifying what has worked and what has not, what programs need to be expanded, and what programs should be reconsidered. With the budget approaching, and as we continue to develop our report, we must be honest about what is and isn't effective in our diversion system. By coming together with experts and administrators who have built and oversee these programs, we can identify both successes and areas for improvement to ensure we're investing our tax dollars and resources wisely and effectively. Thank you to my fellow committee members for being here today, our panelists who are offering their very valuable time to testify today, and to all of our residents who have made time to provide their input as well. I'd like to offer the opportunity for any of our committee members to make opening statements. I'd also like to recognize Council President Kenyatta Johnson. Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Clerk, will you please, this is a public hearing on Kensington regarding Resolution 240896. Mr. Clerk, will you please read the title of the resolution?
Yes, Madam Chair. Resolution number 240896, authorizing the Special Committee on Kensington to convene and investigate the processes and effectiveness of the current and past diversion programs in relation to individuals suffering from substance use disorder in the Kensington area.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the first panel? We have to testify this afternoon on resolution number 240896.
First, we have Adam Gear, Public Safety Director, and Deputy Commissioner Fran Healy from the Philadelphia Police Department. Deputy Commissioner Healy will be presenting a presentation for us.
Thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you for having us, Council
State your
members.
name for the record and begin your testimony.
Adam Gear, Chief Public Safety Director. Good afternoon. Madam Chair and esteemed committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding resolution number 240896 relating to diversion programs for people suffering from substance use disorders in Kensington. Diversion programs are indispensable as a tool in addressing the overdose crisis and the plague of open-air drug selling and use in Kensington and across the city. It is a truism that we simply cannot use jail as a way to get out of our overdose crisis. We need an array of proven tools along with innovative new tools. This challenge is massive and long-standing. Nothing but an all-out Big Ten approach across government and community is sufficient. To that end, my office, the Office of Public Safety, leads or supports a wide variety of diversion efforts in collaboration with a diverse array of partners. Attached to my written testimony is a diagram of the diversion continuum in Philadelphia. I'll provide an overview of this continuum and describe OPS's role in each program that we touch. Looking at the attached diagram, we have mapped out Philadelphia programs that provide alternatives to prosecution and incarceration within the sequential intercept model framework. This model is a widely adopted public health framework that organizes diversion programs according to the procedural timing of off-ramps from criminal justice system involvement. It ranges from the top of the diagram with the most upstream off-ramps to the bottom with the most downstream off-ramps. First and foremost, there is a need for the entire continuum. Every component of it plays an essential part in a range of touches, from light to heavy, in balancing accessibility of care, minimization of the impact of system involvement, and ensuring safety and accountability. There's broad consensus that more upstream off-ramps are preferable. That's because they provide opportunities for treatment and other services while minimizing the harms caused by system involvement, including incarceration, court debts, and collateral consequences of conviction, including barriers to employment and housing. The administration has primary responsibility for the off-ramps of intercepts 0, 1, and 2 on the diagram, which are enclosed in the black rectangle. The district attorney and the courts also provide important off-ramps further downstream. We are glad to support some of those diversionary off-ramps with resources, including clinical staff and peer supports, as well as funding to satisfy some diversionary program fees. We're also proud to work with community-based partners at the bottom of the stream via the Philadelphia Reentry Coalition convened by OPS's Office of Reentry Partnerships. Returning to the top of the diagram, at Intercept 0, we have non-911 crisis response. This includes street outreach through DBHIDS and OHS. We have representatives from them here today, including 988 and the 24-hour homeless outreach outline. At Intercept 1, we have 911 co-response with both police and paramedics going out to certain calls with civilian behavioral health staff. OPS supports these co-response efforts via our Office of Criminal Justice, whose Executive Director, Kurt August, is here, with funding and program oversight. Collectively, these most upstream interventions at Intercepts 0 and 1 are categorized as deflection because they provide connection to services before an arrest occurs. Philadelphia's deflection infrastructure has expanded rapidly in recent years. We are now at the point where we are able to provide citywide coverage 24/7. The rest of the continuum along the sequential intercept model is categorized as diversion because they provide post-arrest off-ramps from system involvement. At Intercept 2, our police-led diversion initiatives, PAD, and Neighborhood Wellness Court, a pilot program that launched in Kensington just last month. Both programs are housed at the new Kensington Wellness Support Center at B and Lehigh, along with our social services referrals program, which offers health and social services to walk-ins as well. I'm glad to share that the Wellness Support Center is already open extended hours Monday through Saturday and is on track to go 24/7 in April. PAD is a pre-booking diversion program that offers same-day referral to treatment and social services. My colleague, Deputy Commissioner Healy, will get into more detail there with an in-depth look. But I'll take just a moment to note that we're seeing very positive indications on PAD outcomes. For example, only 67 out of almost 2,000 arrests referred to PAD in 2024, that's less than 1.5%, were rejected as ineligible because they had already passed through PAD twice before. The story of those numbers is clear. People who get into PAD overwhelmingly stay off the streets of Kensington. Meanwhile, Neighborhood Wellness Court brings an innovative addition to Philadelphia's diversion continuum. The Center for Justice Innovation, the nation's leading experts on community-based diversion, celebrated the launch of Wellness Court for, quote, drawing on lessons learned from numerous community courts across the country while adding its own blend of Philadelphia compassion and toughness. Let's talk specifically about how this new model works. First, the Kensington court pilot starts with a light touch, charging people with summary offenses for actively related to open-air drug use like public intoxication, obstruction of the highway, and criminal trespass. Summary offenses carry lighter penalties than misdemeanors and felonies and do not trigger collateral consequences like direct probation violations or immigrant enforcement. Moreover, summary arrests follow a procedural fast track that guarantees a same-day judicial hearing and accountability that day. Before going to that hearing, people first go to the Kensington Wellness Support Center, where they get medical screening right inside the door by Penn's Medical Center for Addiction Medicine. For anyone who needs urgent hospital-based care, Temple Episcopal is right across the street, and our staff coordinates with their staff to make a warm handoff. Once, and only once medically cleared, people have access to experienced legal counsel who are bilingual in English and Spanish currently. We are also able to support same-day clearing of bench warrants. For Philadelphia warrants, the Defender Association, who we're proud to have as a partner, they are here today to testify, are on site to advocate for their clients via secure video link with the Criminal Justice Center. That is also a tremendous support from the courts for allowing us to do that, and the District Attorney's Office for also staffing that bench warrant court. Meanwhile, for out-of-county warrants, we are able to advocate with our judicial and law enforcement counterparts to address that. Without this feature, which is unique to the Wellness Court, people would otherwise be detained on those warrants and excluded from diversion and sent up to the prison if they are not released. Those who accept diversion receive immediate behavioral assessment and placement, along with the case management intake by staff from DBH-IDS. Social services, including housing assessment and placement courtesy of OHS, are available on site. Once a placement is identified, people are transported down the street to 3901 Whitaker for judicial approval of the diversion. Diversion length may range from 30 days to a maximum of 90 days. If the judge approves diversion, certified recovery specialists provide transportation right then and there to treatment. Case management staff follow up with both the pre-treatment provider and the participant to provide support, track progress, and provide updates to the court. If someone leaves treatment, case management, certified recovery specialists with lived experience, and police are all able to assist in locating and re-engaging the participant. And those who decline diversion also go to 3901 Whitaker, but for a same-day trial. It's crucial that I emphasize that Neighborhood Wellness Court is not intended to be expected to be a cure-all. It is just a key addition to the existing diversion continuum, tailored to the needs of people using drugs on the streets of Kensington. We don't expect perfection from the get-go, but we are relentless in pursuing it. That's what a pilot program is for, to gain experience and continuously refine and improve. To that end, we have members of leadership from every partner agency on site on Wednesdays to allow us to sort through complex or novel cases in real time. I personally have spent time in the Wellness Support Center and in the courtroom on Wednesdays, and we hold 4 hours a week of debriefs on Thursdays and Fridays, led by my Deputy of Strategy, Joe Shue Harris, who has done a tremendous job in standing this up, along with my first deputy, Evangeline Manos. Would not have been possible without them. Already just 4 weeks of this once-a-week pilot, we have translated lessons learned into over a dozen program improvements. So from those meetings and from our own analysis in the month, we've made already 12 systems changes. They include expanding staff, streamlined screening and intake process, improved withdrawal management, enhanced protocols to warm handoffs, and additional treatment placement options. After a low volume due to cold winter weather in our opening weeks, we are ready for warm weather and the likelihood of more referrals to Wellness Court. It's very early. Not enough time has passed for even our very first referrals to complete a treatment program, but we're already seeing encouraging signs. Due to the successful warrant clearance, 1 out of 20 referrals has ended up going up to State Road. That's only 1. Indeed, we've successfully addressed bench warrants from Philadelphia, Montgomery, Bucks, and Chester counties. After a few early participants left treatment within a few days of intake, our last 3 treatment referrals have stuck with it week over week. One young man who initially accepted housing services has since sought out and received a referral to mental health care. In another case, we were able to connect a referral with an AMP bench warrant back to AMP court, where she successfully restarted diversion. This is very hard stuff, and this is a work in progress, admittedly, but we have tremendous partners, again, many of whom are in the room and will testify here on other matters in this cutting-edge work nationally. We know that the road to recovery is not smooth and straight or even. The first, second, or fifth attempt of sobriety may not succeed or may not stick forever, but if we can increase our touches, we increase the chances we catch the right person at the right time at the right point on that continuum. If we can treat people with dignity, if we can offer quality help, if we can build accountability into the process, we can and we will succeed. For the sake of the people suffering in the streets and for the sake of the residents of Kensington who have suffered too much for too long, we will never stop working at this, and we will never resign ourselves to the status quo. Thank you. I'm going to pass it to my colleague now.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair Member Lozada, Vice Chair Jones, and other members of the Special Committee on Kensington. My name is Francis Healy, and I'm a Deputy Commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department. I oversee the legal affairs, and I serve as the Chief of Staff for the Police Commissioner. On behalf of the Commissioner, thank you for allowing me to testify here today regarding Resolution 240896, as well as the Police Assisted Diversion Program. Before I get into the slides, I just want to give a little overview of where PAD came from very quickly so you know where it came from and why it's here. The concept of police assisted diversion originated in a response to the growing recognition that traditional punitive approaches to low-level offenses, particularly those related to substance abuse and mental health disorders, were ineffective in addressing root causes. The first PAD program was launched in Seattle in 2011 under the name LEADS, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. The success of LEADS demonstrated that offering individuals an alternative to arrest, coupled with immediate access to social services, could in fact reduce crime and improve long-term outcomes. While inspired by Seattle's model, Seattle's not necessarily on par with Philadelphia, we reached out to Baltimore, who also had a LEADS program at that point in time. So we went down to Baltimore because it more closely tailors the challenges that we have here in Philadelphia. We studied the Baltimore program, and the Baltimore model emphasized close collaboration between law enforcement and the community-based service providers, as they did in Seattle, but integrating the harm reduction principles with a focus on long-term stability and participants. Using the lessons learned from Baltimore, we launched the program here in Philadelphia, technically in 2017, but we were operational in 2018 as a collaborative effort among the Philadelphia Police Department, Managing Director's Office, and the service providers that were designated for the program. This was initially piloted in the 22nd District and has since expanded citywide. And PAD operates with the goal of addressing systemic issues in neighborhoods across the city, not just in Kensington, where the opioid crisis and homelessness issues are particularly severe. With that, I'll move to the slides, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. This is just a basic overview. I can't see that. I'm sorry. Hold on. I brought back up.
Before you continue with your presentation, I'd like to note for the record that Councilmember James Harity is with us, as well as Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you. This is just an overview of the status of PAD. Just as you know, we rolled our crisis intervention training, our PAD program, and our CERT program, the co-responder program, all into one unit, the behavioral health unit in the Philadelphia Police Department now. So in that unit, we have 8 police officers now. 2 of them serve in the PAD capacity, the others serve in the CERT capacity, which is, like I said, the co-responders with mental health clinicians. Like I said, this was created in 2018, effectively, is when we got off the ground running. It's a citywide program. We went citywide in 2023, and we started, basically what we did here is understanding in collaboration with the director and the wellness court. We created a special program for PAD in East Division specifically, and I'll get to more of the details in that, but for the most part, PAD has been historically centered in East Division, and I'll get to the percentage. A high number of our jobs are from East Division. These are the service providers, and this is important to note that the DBH, IDS are not the ones that actually provide the services. They contract out with a lot of individuals. So we've worked with multiple service providers along the way since 2017 and 18 to today. Murray is probably our largest contractor that we work with, and we work very well with. There you go. Okay, thank you. And by the numbers, these are some impressive numbers, obviously. What we have, let me back up. PAD is made up of 2 components, an arrest diversion and a social component. So an individual does not have to be arrested to take part of the services in this program. So what we have is you'll see arrest deferral or referrals in blue, and you'll see the social referrals in red. These are individuals that just came up to a police officer on the street and said, I need help. And we've opened the doors and we allowed them to all the services that are available to somebody who gets arrested. So that's what the red number represents. The blue number represents the individuals that were arrested and then opted for services through the PAD program. The gray represents the individuals that were either uneligible for PAD. And there are several reasons for being ineligible. One would be you have an outstanding warrant. Number one, you weren't cooperative or you were towards the police officers. And if you've already been through the program, as you mentioned yesterday, this is not a revolving door that you get a shot every time you come. 2 shots and that's it. After that, you're arrested. You don't get eligibility for PAD. So we wanted to have that accountability built into that. But those are the numbers. You've seen how they've expanded. We're up to over 2,000 interactions with, like I said, 2 or 3 people in the PAD unit. They're doing amazing work. This is where we're focused mostly. The next slide shows the zip codes where most of the individuals that are getting PAD services identify as a residence. So these are the zip codes, and you can see they're right. They overlap with Kensington. They overlap with the lower end of the 15th district, and that's a lot of the areas where most of the PAD referrals are coming from. So this is not really a surprise. I just put it in there so you can see graphically where most of our services are being provided with the PAD. Now, the next one talks about what I just mentioned, the ineligible cases, the 3 issues. These are the type of ineligible responses. I just threw this in there just so you have a better picture of the type of referrals to narcotics. You can see a lot of them are rejected because they have open warrants. The prostitution arrests as well, open warrants, and the retail thefts. So those were, and that's the reason, right, honestly, that was one of the biggest issues when we developed, or when the director helped develop the wellness court, is that we had a process for the warrants. The issue is in-county warrants, we have a very good system. We still have work to do on the out-of-county warrants, and that's where my PAD, myself, get involved, and oftentimes calling the different counties to say, what can we do? Because most of and by the way, these are not serious warrants. These are not body warrants for robberies, rape, anything along those lines. These are low-level failure to appear for retail theft or those type of offenses. So we're able to resolve a lot of them, even now talking to the counties. We've been successful when we actually intervene directly with some of the sheriffs and some of the county officials that lodged the warrant. So it's working, but I think that's one area I would like to see improve between PAD as well as the wellness court, is how we can do that more efficiently. And Commissioner Bethel has scheduled a meeting, or is in the process of scheduling a meeting with the county, our Collier County peers, to see how we can better do this in a more efficient manner without making that with phone calls. So we're working on that process. These are some of the successes, and this comes directly from Marikey. This is just for 2023, but of the 1,333 arrest diversions that we had, a total of 581 took services. Okay, that's an incredibly high number. Okay, so they took services, so that's a good thing. Of the ones that took services, what they received, 82% received inpatient placement, 157 received outpatient placement, 60 of them were actually directly transported to a CRC, that's a crisis response center, for serious mental health issues that needed immediate attention. 231 received social services, and I know you can't see the small bullet, but this is what we learned with this program. This program has evolved since we put it in place, and the issue is here, we never realized up front some of the social services that individuals need out on the street the most is identification. They can't get services, they can't get benefits, they can't get anything if they don't have an identification card or birth certificate. So the PAD officers have been directly involved in helping facilitate finding family members, and I'll show one of the success stories, actually finding family members to help get that type of documentation, because that's the first step towards getting the services. It sounds silly, but they can't get services without identification. So we noticed that up early, and that's what my officers spent a great deal of time for the social referrals as well as for the PAD. And this is just 2 of the stories that I thought were impressive. With PAD, there was one individual who was basically, he came to PAD's knowledge that he's basically living in a vacant house, not sufficient clothes, no food, anything along those lines. The PAD officers were able to the PAD officers were able to intervene and get him the housing, the services, and actually the food benefit services, like with the SNAP, that he was entitled to. So that was a really impressive thing. Now this is the second one, which is where you can see where my PAD officers are directly involved, is where an individual was trying to get services. He's been trying repeatedly to get services, but been a lot of problems. Couldn't get the services, but the biggest problem from getting the services was the documentation. Couldn't get any documentation. Well, the officers actually were able to use social media, track down his mom, and actually they were able to get the birth certificate, get this individual into some type of services, but also were able to connect him with his mother again. So these are the work that the officers are doing day in, day out. And we actually have it on a public dashboard now too. So our behavioral health unit has an open-facing web page so you can see the actual numbers. I know you can't see them, but this where it's impressive when you can see on the other side. I don't know if this will click to the actual site, but if you do, on the right-hand side, you'll see all the services provided. And it's a list of going from direct transportation to an ER, to an emergency room, employment resources, connection to outpatient services, engaging in shelter placement, linked to community resources, housing assistance. These are all the things that PAD is involved in getting services to the individuals on the street. That would conclude my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a few questions before I open it up to my colleagues. There are tons of, or to me, there are several diversion programs, and so and I guess this question is for Adam. Can you tell us which diversion programs besides PAD fall under your responsibility? How do they work with one another? How are they different from each other? Because I think part of the questions that we have is, how do all of these programs work with one another? How do they complement one another? And are all of them necessary, right? Can we integrate some and do away with others in order to provide more effective, efficient services?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. Yes, we're going to be, as an administration, flexible and nimble, and we're going to go towards what works. And if it doesn't work, we're going to try and change that because we want to succeed. That's what we're in the business of across the board. If there's a good idea, wherever it is, we will take that good idea. I hope our partners understand that as well. We do have, as I mentioned again, the defenders on board with that bench warrant part of it. We know that they have tremendous experience here, and we're building the relationship where any feedback they give, we're happy to take that, and we're happy to make changes where we need to. As we said, we've already made 12 different changes to Neighborhood Wellness Court. To answer your specific question, I feel that each of these programs brings something important to this continuum that we're talking about. So PAD, in that, when we go back to our the sequential intercept model, PAD is the first intervention with law enforcement in terms of the diversionary programs that the city of Philadelphia currently has. So that's the first time, and right before that would be contact with like AR2, AR3, our paramedics who deal with substance use disorder. But the first time someone would actually be arrested and pulled into the system is through PAD. That's why bench warrant would preclude someone from having access to PAD, because it's really just for the folks who it is their first time touching the system. The police department has made the decision by policy to deflect them immediately because it's the first time they're touching the system. That's why I think that's important, and you see how many folks that is the case for. There are 1,000 of folks who they fit that bill of a very first contact, so we're gonna deflect you. This is a touches game. A lot of times with substance use disorder, it is a numbers game. So that's the first one. There may be another in PAD, and then according to police department policy, that's it. If that person were to then pick up a retail theft and then bench warrant from court because they were in the throes of addiction, so they bench warrant and they have an active bench warrant, they go back to Kensington and they're picked up, then they're not eligible for PAD. So if there was no neighborhood wellness court, it would go to DA, right, to real court, real prosecutor, real misdemeanor time, and they have their own diversion programs, by the way, AMP, that they can benefit from. But we squeezed in this wellness court model, which acknowledges that it's not going to be maybe 1 or 2 times. It could be the 3rd time, and that 3rd time we ratcheted up a bit. Same day accountability. You're seeing all the stuff in the support center beforehand, so you're getting cleared medically. You're getting some withdrawal treatment. You're getting access to housing assessment and other social services. And we can clear your bench warrant if you got a bench warrant on that retail theft. We can remove that lower level bench warrant. On that day, you'll still have to appear in court on that, but on that day, that will enable you to avail yourself of these additional services and hopefully off-ramp you away from the criminal justice system. So that's why that's important. And then after neighborhood wellness court, we're still in the pilot phase. The courts understand the issues surrounding substance use disorder, and it's not going to be you can just get arrested and go into neighborhood wellness court ad infinitum. I'm sure there will need to, for accountability, be a point where they are no longer going to be eligible for neighborhood wellness court. That can happen on a case-by-case basis, but after neighborhood wellness court, they will no longer be allowed, and then they'll go to the next interim, and so on and so forth. So I think to answer your question, they're each, and you might clarify something in a second, but I think they're each important. We think, though, that neighborhood wellness court is something that we want to expand. We're currently only at that 1 day a week. We've currently only had 3 real days of neighborhood wellness court because one of those days we couldn't stand up with some police manpower. So we want to continue to test this. We want to continue to build it with our tremendous partners to expand it to 3, 4, 5 days, maybe 7 days a week to match up with PAD. And there's some other interesting things that I think we can talk about later, perhaps, that I think would improve this aspect, this part in the sequential intercept model.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, when is the person held accountable, right? Yes, we can't arrest people that are suffering an addiction. Yes, I get that we're trying to connect them with services and we're trying to give them every opportunity possible. But at what point? How many times is you are diverting them from your program, the courts are diverting them through their programs, the public defenders is diverting them through their program? At what point does somebody say, okay, John Smith has come before us 10 times? At what point do we say John Smith now needs to be held accountable and is no longer eligible for any diversion? He needs to be held accountable. At what point does that happen?
Yeah. First, to be very clear where PAD sits. Okay, PAD sits between the police department and Office of Public Safety. It was originally with the managing director's office. It's a shared responsibility. So we have the front end, and Office of Public Safety has the back end with all the support services. As to the accountability, as I mentioned, we get 2 shots. That's it. After that, you come across the police department again in the same behavior. We have your name. We run you through our PAD list, and you're arrested. So you'll go through that process.
That's after the 2nd time, right?
Twice.
Twice,
That's it.
okay. But then after you're done with them and they go through all these other systems, they are also offered diversion, or they're not offered diversion? I'm trying to understand.
Well, when they're first offered it, it's the option. If they accept it, we don't go any further with the arrest. The police officers don't go any further. So at that point, we're not going backward on a warrant or anything along those. That's why we have 2 strikes, because these are low-level offenses. They're not serious crimes. So the issue is we made the call, and it's very similar to the other programs, that there's the limit. You can only do it so many times. Now, if you go through the program and we've had people on their way to the program stop at the red light and say, no, I don't want, and they're out. Well, that's strike 1. Okay, so they come around again, they want the program, they've already got 1 strike on them. So we're not in the business of just having this revolving door. The issue is these people are very serious trying to get the services to them, and if they don't want to be a part of it, then they could be arrested. And like I said, they're only low-level offenses, number 1, to start with. But a lot of these offenses, we all know they're CVN-related offenses as of now. And that's why as I mentioned yesterday, we had to actually reinstill the non-traffic summaries for the wellness court. But for the PAD purposes, it's 2 strikes and you're out.
And if I can just add, council members, so after the ones that the Office of Public Safety and the Police Department have in terms of diversion programs that we engage with, Neighborhood Wellness Court and PAD before that. It would then go to DA-led diversion, which they could be offered AMP, they could be offered another diversionary program perhaps. If they don't accept that, or if they fail out of that, my understanding is then they'd go to the misdemeanor trial on the charges that they were originally arrested on, and then they would have their misdemeanor charge trial in municipal court.
Okay. What are some of the, we saw some of the successes that you guys have on PAD. What are some of the challenges? Where do you guys see that there are gaps in the PAD program, for instance, that you, if given the opportunity, you would like to do better, or you would like to add?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say before Neighborhood Wellness Court, the primary issue with PAD was the bench warrant clearing. And we fixed that with Neighborhood Wellness Court. I think largely, and we got into this a little bit yesterday, Councilmember, the folks who we're seeing are in real distress. They're in real distress in the throes of drug addiction, metatomidine, while thank God the wounds aren't presenting with metatomidine, but there's a whole other host of issues associated with metatomidine in terms of the next generation of these horrific killing drugs. When they come in through Neighborhood Wellness Court, we are able to, and we will be able to give them withdrawal management, but the faster we can get them that withdrawal management, frankly, the faster we can stabilize them, then the better headspace and the healthier they'll be when they go on those first steps of their journey. So something that we're focusing on is how can we address that issue? How can we make sure that when they come in, they're safe, they're healthy, but they're also, they've come down a bit, frankly, because of those withdrawal meds, because of those interventions, and then they won't, we believe that will reduce their walk-away rate from treatment. Now, this is preliminary. As I said, we are scaling up, we're learning lessons. That is an initial lesson that we're learning.
Questions? I'll start with Vice Chair Jones and then Member Harity.
So I'm getting ready to quote Member Harity anyway. So we were over in another hearing finishing up, and he said some of the realest things to us, where he said that people going into true recovery have that clarifying moment, and they decide, I'm going to try to get better because I've hit rock bottom. An opinion changed against its will is an opinion held even still. I'm looking at one of the stats that said you have a 47% successful completion rate once placement happens out of, I think it's 82 people placed. Doesn't that defy industry standards?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. I didn't hear you.
So if you have a 47% success rate, in my understanding of recovery, that is far above the normal success rate for people trying to seek recovery. Is that true?
So I'm not an expert in numbers, admittedly, Councilmember. I can tell you this. We think that these programs have value. We think that these interventions work. There are folks who are going to say that it does not work. We heard from one of them yesterday that an arrest cannot lead or should not lead or whatever that case may be. The good thing about PAD in Wellness Court is that the touch is light. Now, you're gonna get the 4 chances, and then you're gonna go on to big boy court with the DAs and their programming. But with us and the systems that we built in terms of the dignity and the approach and how the Wellness Support Center looks, we're hoping that has something to do with these folks coming in and saying, hey, listen, they're giving us a fair shot. These are real options that they're giving me, including housing options, et cetera. This is not a jail cell. It looks kind of like a wellness center. It feels a little bit better, and we think that it helps. Again, I'm not gonna opine here and get into some of these expert back and forth stuff because I'm not prepared to do that. I will say that many of people who I'm familiar with, who I've spoken to, interventions from police have led to that moment of rock bottom or what have you, and they are now sober and living healthy, productive lives.
I just need you to check that stat for me, because if that is in fact true, that's good news.
Right.
All right, that's great news. First, let me back up and say thank you, because 4 years ago, none of this was even in the top 10 issues for the city of Philadelphia. So thank you for making Kensington a priority. So that's number one. Number two, what would be helpful for me is a linear chart of what happens from point of contact A to possibilities of placement to what happens if they strike out, if you would, and so a kind of roadmap that plugs into what really occurs in these courts, these diversions, and whatnot. To the degree that we can measure success, let's do it. I know it's new, so you may not have a complete set of data, but that's okay. We're building this plane while we're flying it, according to the mayor, so we want to work with you to do that. But we need to kind of look at it in a way that says, here's on average how long it takes, how many times they mess up, how much it costs. You gave me a statistic a while back of 80-something million dollars worth of services we're sending down there. So we need to measure the results of that. And because, you know, with what's going on at the federal level, we're not sure if this is sustainable. So we need to measure our successes where we can, and create that process review technique so that we can reward what's working and change what isn't. My final point on this is when it's time to divert, who determines who gets diverted? A, is it the police officer making the arrest? Is it someone else at the assessment center? Who says this person is eligible for diversion? And at what point do we measure, did they really go through their program completely? Who determines that statistic?
Yeah, the police officers make the initial determination whether or not someone's eligible or not based upon our policy. And that would be whether or not they've been involved in the program more than twice already, they have a bench warrant, or they're a frequent flyer, they have other offenses. So it's the initial officer, but you have to understand it's also the individual has to accept it. They have to want to. So if they don't accept it, then they don't get it. So it's a two-way street, but it's a police officer on the street. But as for the downstream impacts, I can only track the connection to the services. The police department can't track exactly what you just asked for, what happens past what we do. So when we say success here, success for the PAD officers is connecting them to the service. What they do after that is where I do believe we have to have a better.
So that's a screw we need to tighten up a little bit so that we understand this is not a revolving door of, yeah, I went, but I didn't. And so that's something I think, Madam Chair, we should look to. The individual that you gave all of the chances to that winds up going to State Road, another exit ramp, not a good one, but an exit ramp, because I was told by Jimmy Harity that sometimes it takes that, you know, I've got no more bottom to go to, I can only go up. How are we assuring that at the prison level, folk are being treated in a way that doesn't cause catastrophe in the abrupt stop of using narcotics?
Thank you for that
Where's
question.
that soft handoff, I guess?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. And going back a bit to your astute observation, Neighborhood Wellness Court does have built into it case management that follows, that tracks the individual and their progress in treatment, how they're doing that week, and that's reported to the judge, that judicial supervision. So we have built that into Neighborhood Wellness Court. To answer your question about prisons, it is a priority of the prison commissioner to make sure that if we don't do our job, or if we can't lift the bench warrant because that person has a serious felony and they're going to have to face justice, that they are prepared to take that person into their custody. There's fantastic, tremendous communication between Commissioner Rosario and their deputies and their staff if someone is going to be transported, or if more than one person is going to be transported, so that they know the person is coming and can prepare. I know that Commissioner Resnick is planning and is already putting into place greater protocols around folks who are coming up who they suspect might be might have the possibility of declining due to substance use disorder, due to withdrawal. Those safeguards are going to place, and of course their pilot program of having the bracelets which will monitor the health of folks who, again, they suspect of withdrawal. So it is of grave concern to us. It is always top of mind when we do this work. When we began this work with our team, the principle of safety for the folks we would be engaging was at the very top of the list, that we would do no harm. And that's how we built this system to proceed.
So I appreciate that, but we sat in this chamber listening to in public comment to someone who lost a loved one. And it was heart-wrenching, chilling. So as we hear these kinds of critiques of what we are doing and what we want to do, but what our unintended consequences are, we pose those questions to you to say, to make sure that exit ramp is a safe one. And so when we bring it to you, this is in partnership. Let's say that we might want to take a look at tightening up this area of the system.
And if I can just add on that, that's a huge concern to us as well. The issue is when somebody has serious warrants on them, with not much we can do. We can prepare prisons for the receipt and do everything we need to do, but we need to make sure that those low-level individuals don't end up in that. So I'll be honest with you, this is not the perfect system, but we've had certain cases where I've made the call. We're not putting them in a cell. We're going to put them into services, and I've made that judgment call myself and DC Rosario. When those cases come up, we make those judgment calls for that very reason you're talking about. So it has to be very personal up front, and somebody's got to take responsibility. Technically, they're wanted, they're in a system, and we have made a couple calls where, I'm sorry, but if you want the person, they're going to be somewhere in the process of getting services, but I'm not putting that person in a cell.
So I'm of the opinion the imperfect should not be the enemy of the good. Fix it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Jones. We sat at Rock Ministries last year, the year before last, and we talked about the fact that 60% of the prison population was substance abuse dependent, 60-something%. And so the fact that we're still here, we're here now, we're talking about, you know, the possibilities of them potentially not being ready to be able to receive individuals that are substance abuse dependent. The fact that we had someone come testify before this committee to talk about the pain that their families are experiencing as a result of losing someone that went into our systems is a bit frustrating, right? And I think that's why these hearings are so extremely important, because we need to talk about proactively what we should be doing in order to continue to restore quality of life in Kensington and respond to an opioid crisis that we have across the city of Philadelphia. But we need to make sure that our systems are right. And so as we enter into budget season, these are the kind of questions that we're going to continue to ask, right? And I think that together we need to think about what is it going to take for us to get all of our systems in place in a way that will allow us to respond to the crisis or the issues that we're seeing across the city of Philadelphia. We also have a huge issue across the board as a government in quality assurance, right? With all of these people that you all are partnering with, is there a process in which you determine, are these people delivering the services that we are contracting them to deliver, right? I know that in that same meeting, we had a conversation with DBHIDS, and we heard that there was a breakdown in that process, right? Has that been resolved? We don't know, but DBHIDS has a large contract with people that provide services to this very same population, and if there has not been quality assurance measures put in place by that department and those folks that they're contracting to, that's a problem, right? But we should use these hearings as examples of what we need to do when we're starting to build these programs and put these things in place, especially in the Kensington Initiative, where we heard from the community and we heard from the special committee hearings in the neighborhood what the issues were, right? So I just want us to think about those things, because as a legislative body, we're going to be more conscious about how we're spending money, particularly in the Kensington community, and who's getting that money, right? Because I can't help but wonder if what my community is saying is correct, and that is that there are a lot of people that don't want Kensington to be clean. There are a lot of people that don't want to restore quality of life in Kensington because they won't have a contract, because they won't have an organization, because they won't have a business, because they won't have, a negative part of the city where they can just push everything to, right? And that's the reality. And for those of you that know, I'm honest, right? I don't care about people's contracts. I don't care about who's friends with who and who needs to get this proposal approved. My main concern, and I think the concern of this committee, is to make sure that we do what we said we were going to do. The priority of the mayor was to restore quality of life. And so as we're restoring quality of life, we need to make sure that there are measures in place where we're being effective and efficient again. Member Harity.
Understood. Thank you.
So, just going to clarify a little bit what my brother Curtis Jones was alluding to. What we were talking about was the fact that people have a misconception of what we call in recovery as that moment of clarity, or touched by God's grace, as we say. Doesn't usually happen when you're out getting high, is what we were saying. And the numbers of the success rate from the people going through that diversionary PAD program shows by the numbers that that's definitely the case. They're getting that moment of clarity after they've been off drugs for a week or so in the program. And that's what happens. They have that moment, okay, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can get it this time. And they put their effort and finish the program. But they're not going to get that moment of clarity while they're out there getting high. It doesn't happen. I can tell you firsthand, it does not happen like that. All we're interested in when we're out there getting high is getting high. Everything else is on the back burner. But just to get back, so I'm just curious about people absconding and stuff like that, because I'm following stuff that's going on with the community court and all that other stuff, and I know there were 5 the other day that absconded before they got there. I think there were 7 or something like that, 8 cases, and 5 of which who said they were going to go take the program at some point jumped out and took off. So like you said, that would be considered their first strike if it's not their first strike, if they don't have a first strike already. So after that point, right, they're no longer allowed to, after 2 strikes, PAD program, they go through, they have to go through the DA and whatever charges they had, they're charged, right? Now, the other program that we were talking about, you said there's more chances at that, bites at that apple, or?
At Wellness, you're talking about Neighborhood Wellness Court, Councilmember?
I guess, yes.
It appears that we will limit that number. You've heard from the Deputy Commissioner, this is police-assisted diversion, right? They make
Right.
the decision on the front end, and it's two bites at
And
the end.
listen, I get giving
Right.
people chances. I'm about chances. You know, the whole idea, like we said, is so they don't get a criminal record. It's because then once they finally get recovery, it's hard to find a job. I'm all with that. But there does have to be consequences, is what we're saying. You know, I mean, at some point, if they're trying to buck the system and work us, they need to get the responsibility that was on there for their crimes, you know, whether it was petty or not, or whether they have other charges that they're facing. We just want to make sure that people who are trying to buck the system, that are trying to jump out, get away, whatever it is, to go out and that necessarily means they're not ready. But anyway, we just want to make sure that there is a number of how many times that they can take a bite at this apple, at least at one. Now, I'm not saying somebody completes the program, does a little time, relapses, that's different. You know what I'm saying? It's different than somebody in active addiction who's just trying to avoid going to the court process so that they could stay out getting high. You know, at some point, there has to be some kind of recourse to help them save their lives. I mean, it's the bottom line. I've said it numerous times before. When you're in the rooms, as we call it, and you're talking to people, if you talk to people that got recovery during the 80s, during the crack epidemic, if they're being honest with themselves, they're going to tell you, I got sober because the judge sent me to jail, and because the programs they had in jail. And it's kind of funny how it starts out when you're in jail. You get out of your cell for an hour to go to a meeting, and you get a cup of coffee and some cookies. So everybody wants to go to the meeting to check it out because you're getting a cup of coffee, you're out of your cell for an hour, and you get a cookie. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is once they're there and the person's telling their story, they end up finding somebody that story relates to theirs. And then they have that moment where they say, wait a minute, I might have a problem. Maybe I do have the problem. Because the first and main thing is actually admitting that you have a problem. That's why it's the first step. But, you know, I thank you for your efforts. I just wish that we can think out what the consequences are for people who are trying to purposely bump the system.
Thank you, Councilmember. Understood.
Thank you, Member Harity. The chair recognizes Dr. Nina Matt.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you again, as I said yesterday, for having the courage to move on this and having a multidisciplinary way to address it. I had a couple of questions. First one is, how much what you're doing has been shared with the community in terms of those with substance use disorder, those who live in spaces with people with substance use disorder? Do they know about all these initiatives and how we're sort of moving on addressing this in a way that they can know about the two strikes you're out kind of thing, to know where to go, how to engage, even if they have family members they can tell. Do we have that underway?
Yes, so we have our community engagement folks who are specifically assigned to Kensington. We have two of them, Neftali Ramos and Marnie Lawfrey, who I think do a tremendous job of being out in the community and dispensing this and being at those meetings. We also have individually our PAD folks, and I think that, I mean, they do a tremendous job in Kensington of just being out and about, and I think folks know who PAD are. I think to your point, Council Member, we can do better. We can do better. I think the Kensington dashboard will help with that. As we continue to build out the specific Kensington model, having information access to that will be helpful. But first, we're going to continue to take it to the community and let folks know what we're doing. We just actually published a plan. We're putting the final touches on it so that we can do the mass production. We released the first version on Monday, and we will be distributing that to community members and businesses within a week.
Yeah, because not everybody who's in certain spaces will be looking at a dashboard.
Right.
We will probably. We need the dashboard, but we also need the outreach in a way that to meet people where they are. So that's really critical that we're able to translate all this for this to be effective, because we want more people to voluntarily want to engage with all these resources.
Yes.
The second question is sort of a more global perspective of, we have multiple diversionary programs, right, from what I understand. We talked about PAD here specifically. What is the data that shows which ones need to continue to exist, which ones could be folded in, only to make this a more clear space, so we know, is this all going to be feeding into what you have as a sample of the wellness court? Are there going to be more wellness courts, and the diversionary programs will feed right into there? I know you're figuring all of this out, so I understand that. But just to know sort of philosophically, where are we heading with this? Because this is going to take a while. This is going to take a lot of communication, and we have to be patient while we make sure all the kinks are worked out, and they're still going to be worked out. So I just wanted to know globally, what are you thinking in this disruption mode?
Councilmember, the good news, and thank you for the question, is that I think we're all rowing in the same direction here. We kind of have identified some of the system challenges, and I think we can agree on a lot of them. We have some of the best folks in each of our industries in the world. That goes for our judiciary, that goes for our Defenders Association, that goes for our city servicing agencies. I think that goes for this administration. And we recently had a convening held by the PA Supreme Court, Justice Doherty, who's also very, very, very interested, along with members of the First Judicial District, in getting to just what you're saying. Where are we going with this? Where are we going with all these diversionary programs? Where are we going with mental health, right? Tacking that into it specifically. And so we're having those conversations. They're meaningful. I think we're beyond the first stage of that. But to your point, some of this is coming together. Some of it is brand new, like Neighborhood Wellness Court. And we are going to be intentional this year, and it'll be this calendar year, of putting it together and making more of a concerted effort to make sure that everything understands what everything else is doing and works together.
To Councilmember Jones's point, a roadmap that we can all view. This is more than just a dashboard. This is about prospectively looking at this. So that we would really appreciate something of that nature that we can share with our constituents to talk about what is the vision around this. I have a specific question about the data. If you recall, I had asked about data yesterday, and I was told, oh, we can't provide that. Yet we're seeing all this data here today. So we know how to track. We do track. We're not asking for identifiers. We're not asking for anything. As I said before, if we are being asked to put dollars into our budget, we need to know, what are you using it for? How useful has it been? Do we need to pivot to something else? We cannot put out money without knowing what is that accountability and transparency process for all of this. I know sometimes it's hard to share information because there are a lot of naysayers waiting to jump on it, to say, oh, it doesn't work, we're wasting money. I think this team here are going to have a lot of patience, because we are, as we said, 10 toes down, we're not letting go. We're going to make sure there is no world-renowned space where there's an open drug market. And people are suffering, both those with addiction and those who have to live in that space. And that's spread all over the city. We're not going to abandon you. But we need from you clarity. We need from you accountability. Because at the end of the day, these are tax dollars. Let's think about this. We are putting so many resources into one disease. We have multiple other problems in this city, multiple other things that other people who are towing the line, doing everything right, are not getting these resources. So in order for us to spend money in these resources, we actually have to know what's working, what's not working, and where that I did not see that accountability yesterday at all. And I'm seeing a little bit more today, but we need a lot more. Just putting that out there.
Understood, Councilmember. Understood, and frankly taken very seriously by us. We had a meeting late last night about it. we've scheduled a meeting as a result of that. We understand your concern.
So when they said, oh, we can put, I don't know who said it about, oh, we'll track who these people were who got into the system. I'm sorry, that's nonsense. We have scientific reports coming out daily about people who are in studies. We're not giving names, we're not giving identifiers. So that answer was zero unacceptability. And we need to do much better. This is a start, though. So I want to thank you and hope you can move along in that process.
Thank you, Councilmember.
You guys mentioned, before I recognize Councilmember Squilla, you all mentioned your interest in expanding PAD. How much is that going to cost us? And before you answer that, how many employees are in that PAD space, right? How many people are there? Are they police officers? Are they social workers? Are they outreach workers? Are they medical support staff? Who are the folks who are managing the space, and how much is it going to cost us to expand the work the important work that PAD is doing? And what is that additional money going to get us?
I just want to clarify. I think we're talking about expanding the wellness court. PAD is citywide right now. PAD is citywide. We have a centralized office for PAD, but PAD is citywide.
PAD is citywide. I'm talking about the PAD space on Lehigh Avenue that we talked about expanding.
I'm not sure of that. But right now, it's actually more than what we've ever had, so it's actually working rather well for the PAD, but it's also being used for the community court as well. I'm sorry, the wellness court as well.
Would be good.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think we'd have to get you, and I think a lot of it is contingent on a few different things. I know Kurt is, but we're in the middle of a budget cycle. I know that that's a part of Office of Public Safety's plan, and there certainly will be more to come from that. But we're still in that process as an administration.
Okay. You said PAD is citywide, so do you have other locations like the one on B and Lehigh throughout the city of Philadelphia?
No, we had multiple. We never had what we had at 265 before. We had an office. We had several offices, and we've consolidated now into the one office based upon the resources that are there. Because it's a much better. We just had an office we would facilitate, and it really wasn't as conducive as what's been created on 265.
Okay,
Stay close. Thank you.
thank you.
I think it
You
was
wanna give me the
45 is the
breakdown
number.
of who's on the
45
Lehigh?
is the number of employees.
How many?
45. Correct.
45 people.
45, yes. And you want
And are they police officers, medical professionals?
Can I introduce Kurt August, who's one of my valued
Yep,
colleagues here?
thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Kurt August, I'm the Director of the Office of Criminal Justice with the Office of Public Safety. So including the officers assigned to the Behavioral Health Unit, the PAD program funds approximately 53 full-time employees, most of which are concentrated in Kensington, but not all. There are also sites in the heart of North Philadelphia, in University City, as well, in addition to this work on Filbert Street and also on 16th and Susquehanna. But most of the staff fall in the social services realm, typically folks that are outreach workers, social workers, and case managers, and sort of the accompanying supervisors that are connected with that. Council member, as you know, the operations are now day and night, also with the dedicated overnight staff that works with the police department in Kensington. So a large concentration of the city general fund dollars that go into the program are in the Kensington Wellness Support Center, with some additional dollars that fund community centers in 16th and Susquehanna and 38th and Filbert as well.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
just
you
say
for
one
that.
thing from the PAD office perspective. Like we are citywide, but we have now moved into 265. We were previously at police headquarters at the 24th, 25th district. As a result of moving, we need additional supervisors, and we'll be doing that internally. So we'll increase the number to about 11, ultimately, of officers assigned and supervisors assigned. But the money for that is actually, we bear that ourselves out of our own budget.
But how much is it going to cost us for the expansion that we were talking about earlier?
I can get you a cost breakdown of the police. I can give you the police cost down. I'll have that to you.
Okay, thank you.
We can provide that to you as well, Councilmember, once we get those numbers correct.
Thank you. Are there any questions, any additional questions? The chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla.
Thank you. And I want to follow up on Councilmember Ahmed's questioning. And we do appreciate the numbers here, but we saw like numbers from PAD before, and Kurt was involved with those numbers. But when we say like inpatient placement, outpatient placement, they're good to see. These numbers are great. But then again, are we going to be able to follow these folks to see if they are an inpatient placement, were we successful, instead of just engaged, like even social services, 231. All right, they went to services. Are they back out on the street again? Are we doing future engagements with them? Is there a way to be able to track that so we know the outcomes instead of just saying, all right, they took this one thing and then we're done? Are we going to be able to continue? Because the whole part about this is to be able to have a continuum of care, right? To be able to follow them through a system to make sure you have social workers that could follow them through their path to recovery. But it doesn't seem like we have that to say, all right, out of the inpatient placement, 82, 57 of them stayed through and completed that. Is that going to be possible?
So it is possible with Neighborhood Wellness Corp because as part of the as part of them being accepted into the program, they sign a consent form, which is what happens in a lot of these cases. So they sign a consent form to be able to share their medical data. So that's why we have these numbers here. On the front end with PAD, which is a step up, it's further upstream, it's the first contact, we do not have that yet. There are some resource limitations to that. Not the collecting necessarily of the data, which we will look into, but the case management of all of those folks, that means that we would have to assign a case management manager to all those folks. There's probably other ways that we can look at being able to not only get that data, but incorporate it in. But the first robust set of data at this point is going to come from Neighborhood Wellness Corp because of that consent form.
But I think because we're going to have different levels of diversion, right? Whether it's PAD, whether it's Wellness Court, whether it's AMP, right? But shouldn't they be able to talk to each other? Because somebody who went through PAD might end up in Wellness Court, right? May end up in AMP. And I think that's good for us to know. Yeah. So that we could follow and then really to be able to say what are our outcomes for each program, right? Like initiating first contact, sending people to social services, it sounds good and the numbers look good, but then are we really helping them? Are we following them along? And I think that's something we need to work on in the future of this. And I know we have a lot of people to testify, so I'm not going to continue, but it's just, as we work through this, understanding that we do need to figure out our outcomes and then follow that so we can make changes in case things aren't working properly.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Just a question on the thing, like Mark said, the numbers, they look good, but some clarification on the numbers. So when it says you have gotten so many people into outpatient, so many people in inpatient program, we're tracking them, do we know if they completed those programs or is that just a number of people that you put in? Do we know what happened once they went in? Were they successful? Did they complete the program? Outpatient's a lot different than inpatient. Inpatient, it's a little harder to get away than when you're an outpatient, you're supposed to report every morning. I was there, I did them all. But I'm telling you, numbers are good, but like I said, is it the real numbers? Like how many people that were put inpatient actually stayed inpatient and completed the program? How many people who were put into an outpatient program, which is just beyond me. I don't know how anyone that's out there on Kensington Avenue is put to an outpatient program. I can't see that working at all. But here nor there, would like the real numbers like that. You know what I mean? Like we know this many people we got to go. How many actually completed? How many actually did their full stint in the place?
Understood. Absolutely. Neighborhood Wellness Corp, we will be able to do that.
And that was the other part of that. If somebody is in the wellness court, could they still end up in AMP court?
So that's a very good question, council member. The way that it's situated now, the same judge hears AMP cases and wellness court. That's Judge Lewandowski. We've already had some success where we picked someone up in wellness court. They had an AMP bench warrant. The judge knew them, so she came before the judge, and I can't remember exactly what happened, but it was seamless. It was seamless in terms of her reintegration, and she re-accepted and re-engaged in services. So it's the same judge. We have the benefit of that.
Right.
Who's going to be seeing the same folks. Presumably, if they come in and they're arrested so they're out for wellness court, they've had their strike. Now they get arrested, they get put into the system. Maybe they get AMP. Frankly, I think that's outside of my purview. But they would come before the same judge, and they would have access to their medical history and their treatment history from neighborhood wellness court because we made them sign that consent form. So he would have more information from that experience. He would have that personal experience from them, and I think that only increases the chances of whatever happens to them at that next stage.
Good. And just one more follow-up. So, I lost my train of thought. It's all right, I'll come back if I remember what I was going to ask.
Are there any other questions from the members of the committee?
I got it. I figured it out. See, it's all up there. It's just a little jumbled at times. Somebody completes the program, right? AMP, wellness court, whatever one, I don't care. They relapse, all right? They get picked up again. Will they be able to go back into the program again? Because they had successfully, I'm asking for, they successfully completed the program, they maybe were able to keep 6 months together, and maybe they go out and they end up getting in trouble, they get caught. Will they be able to go back into the program?
Councilmember, you raised an excellent point, and I think that's why some of these things, it is kind of, I don't want to say it's an art, but that judge sitting there who's seen these cases before, who knows that person's treatment history, to Councilmember Ahmad's point, the more they know medically about the person, where they're at, what they've done, that might be a judgment call where the judge appeals to the police department, let them back into the program. I know this person, they did a good job the first time, let's give them a second chance. It could be the judge says, not sorry, you relapsed, we gave you your shot, and then they go up and the DA's office diversion sees that treatment history, and it's ratcheted up, there's a bigger lever, and so they're up in that next sequential step, is my point. Right. And so that more touch, they've got a better shot.
Yeah, my point was that, they tried, they were trying. They were
tried.
Making a
That's what we want.
Yep. To it right, and they relapse, they get picked up, they're there, they go to their court hearing,
that's what we
letting
want.
them to go,
That's what we want. We want that re-engagement. We understand.
I don't think that should be like the second chance thing. This is completely different. Yep. They were doing well for a minute, they messed up. They should be able to try to jump back into that program. Different than them not completing their program and committing other crimes, and then, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying somebody that was legitimately trying, and but the judge, I know the judge, he's a great guy, so good stuff.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, council members. But permission to be excused, or would you prefer us to stick around for a bit?
What was that?
Permission to be excused, or would you prefer us to stick around for a bit?
Can he go, or
You can.
We can be excused.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Run quickly. Run.
Councilmember Harity may come up with another question. Hearing none, will the clerk please call the next panel to testify this afternoon on resolution number 240896?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Larry Krasner, District Attorney, City of Philadelphia, followed by Keisha Hudson, Chief Defender of the Defenders Association.
afternoon. Thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. I must admit to all of you, I was on the witness stand for 4 of the last 5 hours, so I'm delighted to be on the witness stand again with all of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you on these incredibly important issues that we have. Because I was on the witness stand for those hours, I'm not sure exactly how much time you want to take. I want to honor your schedule, and I also want to make sure there's plenty of time for questions. So is there an indication of how much time you would like me to take?
Mr. District Attorney, do you need water?
I have this. I think I'll be all right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being with us. Beginning your testimony whenever you're ready. And there's no time.
No time?
Time limit.
Okay.
We're here as long as you need us to be.
All right. Well, please feel free to jump in with questions anytime that you have them. I want to make sure, since I haven't been able to hear the rest of these proceedings, that what I'm doing connects to the questions that you have and the issues that you are seeking to address. I do want to start out by saying that I have with me a number of key members of our team, and they are here to make sure we can answer any questions that you have. I'm going to ask them just to stand up where they are so you'll know I'm not making it up. We have First Assistant DA Bob Listenby here. G. Lamar Stewart, Chief of our External Engagement, Government Affairs, is here. Bill Fritzy, who's the Chief of our Gun Violence Task Force, the unit that has done so much important work taking down shooting groups in Kensington and throughout the city, is here. Bob Wainwright, now the Chief of our Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit, is here, and he's pretty unstoppable. We have ADA Paul Riddell, who is and has been for years the Chief of our Dangerous Drug Offender Unit. Those are the hardcore, serious, deep dive investigations of drug dealing. ADA Kim Essick, who is the Chief of our Organized Retail and House Theft Task Force, and also the Chief of our Economic Crimes Unit, is here. We have ADA Caleb Arnold, who's the Chief of our Adult Diversion Unit, and ADA Jordan King, who is the Chief of our Juvenile Diversion Unit. All of them are here. In order to save you time, I know you all well. I thank you all for allowing me to be here rather than run through all that, but I mean that sincerely. I think a lot of the conversations that we were able to have with the Kensington Caucus and that I've had individually with many of you, a lot of the investigations we've done around gun violence, for example, with Councilmember Jones, have been very, very constructive, and I appreciate your input into all of that. I want to start out by just telling you a couple of quick examples of things that I think connect closely to this inquiry. One of them is that our Gun Violence Task Force will be charging defendant Angel Velez with attempted murder and other related offenses. He's temporarily in federal custody on other charges for his role in a triple shooting on 300 East Allegheny in Kensington, May the 23rd of 2024. There were 3 victims in that case. One was a Philadelphia school district teacher, another was a 5-year-old, and another was an adult male who was just walking down the street. That is, of course, intolerable, but I'm telling you, as soon as that guy gets out of federal custody, we got some state custody for him. Next, last week, our Gun Violence Task Force charged a defendant whose name is Nicholas Dotzman, D-O-T-Z-M-A-N, who legally purchased 18 firearms and then made a whole bunch of false stolen firearms reports to law enforcement. Why? Because he wanted to sell the guns out the back door. Further investigation through forensic and phone technology determined that the defendant illegally transferred those firearms on the streets of Kensington. The defendant is currently charged with multiple counts of violation of the Uniform Firearms Act. But probably the one final point I want to make on the enforcement end, because we really can't talk about diversion unless we contextualize it with accountability. We contextualize it with what we have to do to people who hurt people, okay? There is a difference between the disease of addiction and people who hurt people. And that is that not only do we have a very lengthy list, which I won't go through, of the shooting gangs that have been shut down for good throughout the city of Philadelphia, I can point to ones that are either completely shut down or almost shut down in Kensington through the excellent partnership with the Philadelphia Police Department, with the FBI, with our Gun Violence Task Force, with our Homicide Non-Fatal Shootings Unit. And they include the Fully Gang, F-U-L-L-Y, Gang, 2400 block of Kensington Avenue. The 3100 Weymouth gang. That's, of course, 3100 block of Weymouth. The Risk Takers, 2400 block of Kensington Avenue. Black Flag. This is a 22nd Police District group, but they operate in Kensington. And Zoo Gang. This is also a 22nd District and Northwest group, but they operate in Kensington. I am delighted to say, and I've been at this since 1987, that I went decades hearing the same names of shooting groups decade after decade. They were shooting each other without even remembering who shot who 20 years ago. And I'm delighted to say that the list is much longer of the shooting groups that are gone, and I mean gone for good, in Philadelphia. And there's a long list of ones that are half gone. And then there's a long list of the ones we've dented. And we want that for Kensington because it is essential for all the people who live there, the residents and also those people who are struggling with addiction on the streets in Kensington. Now, having said that, obviously it's not all about enforcement, or as Councilmember Jones has said, the hand of mercy and the hand of justice. I can't remember which hand it is, Councilmember. All right, right hand of fellowship and the left hand of punishment. Of punishment, okay. I mean, that's real. We have to use every tool in the box. We have to do individual justice. There are individuals who need to be locked up for an appropriately lengthy period of time, and sometimes that's the rest of their lives. But there are other individuals who have come this way because some doctor put in their hands an opioid prescription believing that it wasn't that addictive, and it is. People start to get addicted according to the Center for Disease Control, or whatever's left of it, sometimes at 48 hours. 48 hours, that's when it starts. And the proportion of people who end up addicted after they have finished even a 2-week cycle of medication is extremely high. So we need to be able to tell the difference between the people who are in a bad spot and the people who are making Kensington a bad spot. And those are two different groups of people. And therefore, we need to have in that toolbox not only enforcement with a lot of forensics, but we need to also be engaging in prevention, and we need to also recognize that there have to be resources to get people out of that bad spot who have gotten into that bad spot as a consequence of addiction, poverty, mental health issues, unaddressed trauma, things of that sort. Now, obviously, I think many of you are aware that this is an office that does believe in prevention. We have used the funds that are given to us through civil asset forfeiture, in other words, money coming from drug dealers, that we are not by law allowed to use for salaries or for other purposes. We are required to use to try to deal with the blight that is caused by drug dealing and other criminal activity. We are now up to almost $4 million over 7 years of investing in local community-based organizations, often small ones that need a leg up, ones that need to build their resumes so that they can qualify for the bigger grants that they deserve, ones that can't front it. In other words, they can't do the work for a year and then seek reimbursement. They need the money now to be able to do this. And we have done it vigorously in Kensington as well. For example, Rebel Arts gave them $10,000. This is a group created to provide a place of belonging for underserved communities while working on their physical and mental health. They do, among other things, circus arts. They provide a sense of acceptance. They deal with people and their various different kinds of disabilities. They address building confidence, leadership, et cetera. Kensington Soccer Club, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. We gave them $25,000 in 2022. As you know, this is an organization that serves something like 1,200 people, many of whom don't speak the same language. And we gave them another 25 on May the 20th of 2024 because the quality of the work continues and it is serious. We also gave money to a group called First Stop Recovery, where the mission is to empower individuals to embrace a, quote, victim to victor, unquote, mindset through the creative and unique programming that they offer. So, no question, prevention has its place. But I know that one of the primary concerns you have here has to do with diversionary programs, restorative programs, treatment programs, the kinds of things that can really change the quality of a neighborhood, the lives of the residents who are there, and the lives of the people living on the street. And I just want to say, this can work. It can work. There have been things, and I won't get deep into the details, there are examples of places where it has made every bit of difference. One of those examples is Lisbon, Portugal, where for the last 25 years, they have separated out the drug dealers, who they prosecute vigorously, from the people who are addicted, who are not drug dealers, and they have their own way of doing this. I'll be happy to talk about their methodology another time because I do think it informs. But the reason it matters is they succeeded. The reason it matters is it made a tremendous difference. They went in Lisbon, Portugal, from 5,000 people living and dying on the streets to 1,000 people, an 80% reduction, 80%. And they did it with a plan invented by a doctor, and they did it over 25 years. It's a fascinating program. I won't get into it. But it is not the case that this has to fail. It is the case that it can succeed. But I share with those of you who are interested in the science behind this, interested in the data, who want to know what works and what doesn't work, and I think that's probably all of you who want to resort to evidence-based methods. I want to share with all of you that I feel that this is a very important aspect of it, and I'm actually willing to volunteer our data lab in the DA's office, which is comprised of about 15 people, our co-lab, which is supposed to be data directed by the community. That's why it's a co-lab, because it's community lab. I am very interested in sharing our resources in order to assist in the process of monitoring what works and what doesn't work, because we all want the same thing. We all want people who are not living and dying on the street. We don't want to have 3 to 4 people dying of fatal overdoses a day while we talk all day, understandably, about the less than 1 who are dying from homicide every day. We need to care about everybody. That means every neighbor who lives there, 2 generations, 3 generations, I don't care how many generations. We need to care about all those people. And there is no doubt in my mind that if we really focus on the criminology, we focus on what has worked in other places, it's not necessarily going to apply identically here, but it's a lesson. It's something we can look to so that we can take the programs that we have, modify them again, and continue what's working well. If we can slam on the gas for things that already work, and then find what doesn't work and replace it with innovative programs that monitor their success, it is my belief that after decades of very severe challenges in Kensington, that we could go from being, even in Kensington, a city that is chronically violent, to a city that is consistently safe, and a city that lifts up its residents and gets people back on their feet who are down on the ground on the sidewalks of Kensington. In terms of diversion, I am happy to address issues around that, but let me just start out saying this. I'm a believer in AMP. I've always been a believer in AMP, and have never wavered in that, and I think even Councilmember Squilla will probably tell you that those have been my conversations with him for years. You know, there is some conversation about the number of people in AMP, but the reality is that is the number of people in AMP is reduced, but that's a direct result of the existence of diversion before arrest. The PAD program, which in some ways is modeled off of a very successful program in Seattle, Washington, the LEAD program, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. The PAD program in concept is a really good one. I don't have insight into the inner workings because my office does not do it. It is done by the Philadelphia Police Department, and I have no doubt they're trying to do the very best with it that they can. But simply put, if you take 100 people who would have been arrested 5 years ago and you put them into PAD, we don't even see them for them to get into AMP, okay? I'm not saying AMP is better. I'm not saying AMP is worse. I am not here to dog out pre-arrest diversionary programs, including the one that Commissioner Bethel has proposed for juveniles. There's a lot of data that shows that pre-arrest diversionary programs properly run, and that means a whole lot of decision-making about individuals, can be very good. But that's also not my lane. I leave it to the police department, I leave it to the city to talk about whatever successes, failures, adjustments may be appropriate for PAD. I am in no way discrediting it. But I'm saying, let's just do the math. If you take 3,000 people and put them into PAD over the course of a year, you're not going to have 3,000 people who might otherwise be in AMP. You're simply going to have reduced numbers for AMP. But let me be clear one more time. I'm very much a believer that AMP, it hasn't fixed all the problems. It's been around for a very long time, but it's a good program. When it's used for the right people in the right ways with the right services, it's a good program, and I support that. My office has a very wide range of diversionary programs, more than ever before in the history of the office by far. And it includes a wide variety of programs for juveniles that didn't exist previously. It includes programming in what we call our emerging adult unit. Now, this is a unit that didn't used to exist. It's modeled off of other jurisdictions where they take people between 18 and 25 who they're not juveniles, but they're also not necessarily making the wisest judgments because their brains in general are not fully mature until after 25. And we really focus in on them and try to get them away from crime by treatment, by programming, by job training, by education, right? They're more malleable. There's a greater chance of pulling them back from being involved in crime. And so we have an emerging adult unit that tries to program very specifically to that age group, 18 to 25. And some of what they do, not all of it, involves diversion. And then, of course, we have our regular adult diversion program. And that takes various different forms. Everything got squirrely during the pandemic. So we were trying to hold this thing together with, chicken wire and tape because a lot of the services providers weren't even available, Some of the voluntary ones, like Alcoholics Anonymous, were still out there. So it takes different forms, but we have a variety of adult diversionary programs, and for the right case, it's the right thing. And for the wrong case, we shouldn't do it. We have even gone so far, and yes, I know, my whole staff will say, why are you raising this? But I'm going to raise it anyway. We even went so far as to very carefully and selectively taking people who seem to us not to be criminals, not to even smell like they might be criminals, people who, when we did a full intelligence check, were not coming up, didn't have much of a record, but they had, for example, a lawfully purchased firearm, but they hadn't gotten the paperwork to carry it. Working a job at night somewhere where you could understand why they would be scared, right? Or people who had a permit, but it expired, they didn't bother to get it. Well, we diverted them into a very intense, specialized diversionary program. And here's the outcome. When we compared the people who were diverted, they were getting rearrested once, okay? When we compared the people who were convicted, but not given all this special programming, they were arrested 4 times. I'm going to say it again. The way we structured this program, and it was very, very careful, and we were very selective, but the way we structured this program with cognitive behavioral therapy, with group treatment, with educational opportunities, with obtaining identifications, with a social worker working intensively with a judge and with these folks for 6 months. The way that we structured it, there was only 1/4 of the recidivism as what we saw with the same kind of people when they got convicted, okay? You should do diversion because it makes us safer. You should not do it just to be nice. You should do it because it makes us safer. That might have failed. That experiment might have gone the wrong way. If it did, we would have shut it down. But it didn't. It went the right way. And I do think there's something to be learned from the idea of having a dedicated social worker for a cohort of 20 people, using cognitive behavioral therapy, developing mentoring among the members of that group, having judicial involvement where that's going to make a difference. There's something to be said for that model that I think might be applied more broadly for certain kinds of cases in certain kinds of situations. And I'm not here to tell you that everything we do works perfectly. It doesn't. But that's what the data's for. The data is there to say, no, this one isn't long enough. You did it for 2 months. If you did it for 12, you get better results. And we've done that before. Everything that we do has to be adjustable based upon the evidence. And I am here to say, among other things, that if we can be of assistance to our partners in PPD who have an excellent data team, if we can be of assistance to counsel with our data resources and our chief criminologist who's in the office, if we can assist in any way, if there are questions you would like us to ask moving forward or just questions you'd like to ask now, I'm happy to take them back and see if we can provide additional information, whether it's specific to Kensington or it's more like show me programs that worked other places and other times. I certainly have more to say, but I'm going to do the thing I never do, which is be quiet, and I'm going to wait for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for your work. I think that I want to start off the same way that I started earlier, right? And that is that we know that there are a lot of diversion programs. You mentioned yourself that you have several coming out of your office. One of my questions to the first panel was, how are you measuring, right? What is the metrics that you're using to measure whether a diversion program actually is working? How do you determine whether it's not, and how do you either reallocate the funds for it, or do you just add on a different program, right? Because I think that what we were seeing or what I have seen in the research that my team has been doing is that there are a lot of programs, a lot of diversion programs, some that overlap, and they overlap because one of them wasn't delivering all of the services that they could have, and as opposed to adding that service, they just created a new one and added the service, right? Which to me is like, we're wasting money because all of these things are doing exactly the same thing with a very minimal change. And so none of them are giving 100%. They're doing the bare minimum to be able to get funding.
Thank you for that question. And I think it's actually a really interesting, important question because, part of what happens in a court system is that as issues evolve that require addressing, you may have very well-intended and capable people who come up with a program. There were a lot of drug courts that were started, for example, a while ago, and they did some good, but they were not nearly as scientific as they should have been because they were getting results like 2/3 of the people fail, right? Well, that has been around for a while. It needs to be tweaked, it needs to be adjusted. And a healthy criminal justice system will have these programs that have been around for a while, but they're going to require adjustment and they're going to require tweaking. I can certainly let Caleb Arnold, who's right here, who is the head of our adult diversion unit and is also involved with the emerging adult unit, among other things. Caleb wears a lot of hats. I can let Caleb Arnold address it. But if the impetus here is, should some of these things be combined? Yeah, maybe so. Maybe they should. Maybe there is a way to do that while understanding that when we're dealing with basically good people who are in addiction or they're suffering from mental health issues, they do sometimes have very specialized needs. So there is value in having some specialization when that's how you can get at the root cause. And I can also tell you that recently I've had some in-depth conversations with some judges, very good judges, whose names I will not use here, about the possibility of doing more diversionary activity in the context of specialized courts that would, for example, be trying to address issues of retail theft and issues of homelessness. We are up against very serious issues with homelessness because, according to the New York Times, we had more homeless people in the U.S. last year than ever in recorded history, okay? It's real. Being homeless is not a crime, but it's a problem. It's a problem for the people who are homeless, and it's a problem for everybody else when there are alternatives. I think we should be constantly looking for innovation, but I also think we should be constantly looking for what works and the possibility of slimming it down, of consolidating. I suspect all of you know what I know, which is that when people come into leadership, whether it is in elected office or it is in the judiciary, they sometimes want to leave their mark. They're passionate about an issue, so they set up something new, whether it's Veterans Court or it's Mental Health Court, both of which were established earlier in Philadelphia. And that's a good thing. But even when they're gone, sometimes it's approaching it from the 1978 version. And there may be a 2025 version of that will be more effective or it will meet the moment better in terms of what's actually happening out there. I hereby introduce one Caleb Arnold in the event you would like to get more specific. If you don't want to do that, then that's fine with me.
If she can, just.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Caleb Arnold, Supervisor of Adult Diversion. Thank you for inviting me today. So one of the biggest things that we look at when we're looking at effective programming is the rate of recidivism, right? Like how many people who complete our programming are successful at staying out of the system after they complete. And I'll say that across the board, our programs are successful. The graduation rate for drug treatment court is 77%. The recidivism rate is 7%. In AMP last year, we had 641 people complete the program. Only 24 of those people have had a subsequent arrest so far. So the programming that we have, I think, is effective. I think the other question that we look at is how well are we identifying people and how quickly can we get them into programming? So we know, for example, that one of the biggest obstacles to successfully completing AMP is housing. So if somebody doesn't have stable housing, it's difficult for them to meet the required components of the program. And so we do have a relatively high bench warrant rate out of that program, and a lot of it is because of the stability that people don't have in order to complete. Another obstacle is making sure that we're able to get people offers as quickly as possible, particularly if somebody does experience substance use disorder. So what are our screening mechanisms and our ability to identify those people? So we do have checklists and screening that we do at charging so that people are directed immediately from charging into those programs. We're in conversation with the courts about ways that we can do that even earlier. And we're constantly trying to work on, in partnership with the people that we run these programs with, to identify the places where we're not doing as good of a job and how do we most successfully get people to successfully complete. But once we can get people engaged, I think that we're doing a good job.
I'm sorry, the program that you were just referring to, the diversion program you were just referring to, that
AMP?
has to do with housing.
So AMP was, yeah. So we do have a pretty high bench warrant rate in AMP, and to the extent that we're able to ascertain kind of why, a lot of it has to do with access to housing.
Okay.
Point of information, is it 77% was not like success rate?
So in drug treatment court, which is our more intensive drug treatment program for people that have higher level cases, the graduation rate is 77%.
But the recidivism,
And the recidivism rate is 7.
It's 7.
7%, but now you're saying that the drug treatment court is not AMP?
No, so we have two different programs. We have one program for nonviolent low-level offenders, and that's AMP. We have another program for people who have higher needs. Maybe they've committed a felony offense, like a criminal trespass or a theft, or even a low-level drug sale offense. And those people, if they have been assessed as having substance use disorder, may qualify for drug treatment court, which is a more intensive minimum year-long program.
And you, okay.
Seems like maybe we should be able to combine the two to make sure that.
There's reasons that you want to keep those populations separate from each other.
Including some of them may buy from the others, just saying, or learn how to sell drugs from the others. There's reasons, but I hear your point. I mean, one could structurally think about it as being a combined effort where you don't send the users to crime school with the dealers.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you.
Members of council, Mr. Listenby is here, and as you know, he was Obama's chief of juvenile justice in the second term for Barack Obama. He is able to offer you some insights into juvenile diversion, if that is something that is acceptable.
Before we do that, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Jones.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for yesterday in addressing some of the shootings in my district, dealing with the Eid celebration. Thank you so very much for that. I've gotten all kinds of responses about being encouraged about safe places in Philadelphia, so thank you for that. What I want to talk about is macro, micro, and measured. Macro, micro, and measured. So from the macro standpoint, I'm one of the few council people here that has gotten hoodnapped. And what hoodnap means is Asa Khalifed, who is now my friend, came in and took me out of a workshop, and he said, "This isn't poverty, let me show you where poverty lives." And we went to K&A, and I will admit, it was a different world, but what he explained to me in that tour was that there was a successful sweep of drug corners, and the individuals happened to be of Hispanic descent, but they were in jail subletting the corners to African Americans. So A, is that still a thing? And then how are we addressing that, if you would?
Well, I think this is a good time to call up Mr. Riddell so he can make sure I don't say something dumb. But I can tell you that the leasing of corners, leasing of blocks, that has been going on for quite some time. I can point you, for example, to the Kip Street takedown, which we did some years ago, which to me was kind of a model of taking the best out of a federal approach and the best out of a state court approach. You had a couple generations, a family dynasty there that had run the Kip Street operation, and they got so good at it, they didn't even do it. They would rent out the blocks that they controlled to other drug dealers, and those drug dealers would pay them, and those drug dealers would then be out selling and selling. I mean, fortunately, we were able to take down, I think, 65 or so people, every one of them a dealer, none of them a user, all of them professionals. We were able to take them down, including both of the generations that had controlled that corner. But the phenomenon you're describing of the rental of corners, even people who are locked up, being able to still have ownership over that corner is real. And I can give you one more anecdote before he says something smarter, and that is that, it wasn't that long ago, we had a case where we were prosecuting an inmate who, from inside of his prison cell with a contraband cell phone, had arranged for the purchase of basically a machine gun, if in common parlance, for his drug corner. And he did so with the assistance of a vendor up at the prisons, a food vendor, who was carrying it out, right? You can be locked up and still be running the show out there, especially in a circumstance, and I don't say this in any way to discredit our prisons. The fact is that I think Commissioner Resnick and his team are trying very hard, along with our team, to clean things up there. But you can do, even from inside a jail cell, you can pay people with your phone. You can direct activity. You can record videos that are communication with people on the outside. So yes, you don't necessarily have to be standing there to be running the show. You don't necessarily have to be out there with your people to be owning the block. Some of that phenomenon absolutely continues, Council Member. Paul, did you want to say something on that?
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
State your name for the record.
Paul Riddell, and I run currently the Dangerous Drug Offenders Unit. And first and foremost, my team is actually embedded currently with DEA. All my officers, detectives, are now task force officers sworn with DEA, and actually reside with the federal building, and we do investigations with them, also federally cross-designated, do cases down with the feds. So our work generally works on the federal end in larger groups. So what I'll testify today to and tell you that we have known for a long time that there is investments made, and these are true businesses. These aren't just some kid on a corner when you get up at these high levels, but these are true investments that people will make, sometimes from New York City, sometimes from other cities, will come down and buy up corners, and then they will have other people run them for them. So the folks who actually manage the money, the folks who are actually running the larger show, might be living on the main line. We've actually done a case over COVID where we had a guy living out in Montgomery County, a $1.5 million mansion. He was ultimately indicted federally along with 18 others, which led from here to Mexico, to Jamaica, to out to California. And that was a case that was under seal for so long. The pleas just resolved in this year, and that was done over COVID. So those kind of cases take a lengthy time to wind up and resolve themselves. But in this matter, when we're fighting on this level, we're fighting massive organizations with huge budgets to deal with. And so what we want to do in our group is to stop the big play of all that narcotics that gets tossed into Philadelphia. Like, I can tell you this, on a small scale, I worked with the state police on Friday, and we pulled off 2 kilos of fentanyl. Now, it was in the 15th district, but I guarantee you that's going towards your neighborhoods. And we do it all the time with the Pennsylvania State Police, but then we do these larger cases with DEA, which when we want to find the source of supply and we want to find out the folks who are actually running the entire show. And so we do smaller level directly, and then we do larger with the federal government, specifically with DEA, but we also participate with FBI's Drug Task Force. We've worked with ATF, and we've worked, of course, with the Pennsylvania State Police and the Philadelphia Police Department, all these levels.
And by way of reference, I know all about the case Mr. Riddell is discussing. I think we provided a little bit of information about that in our private meetings with the Kensington caucus. But just so you understand the dimension of that case, it was $50 million in cash and drugs, the vast majority drugs connected directly to one of the most infamous cartels in Mexico. And it was run by somebody from right here, okay? So, yeah, there's some very, very important work going on that is not necessarily public because it can't be. We can't have people killed all over the world for a headline. We wouldn't do that. But there's some very important work that is done there.
So one of the macro things we were discussing, so an elected official in Jersey said to me in my face, the most pure heroin on the East Coast comes from Kensington. And is that true?
That has been, Counsel, if I may answer that. When I've been a prosecutor 22 years, and I'll tell you the cops who were the elder statesmen when I started would talk about heroin in Philadelphia being amongst the best on the East Coast. Now, in some way, that has completely changed because the opioid epidemic has transferred that into the fentanyl epidemic, and that's what we see. In fact, I had one DEA agent describe it this way. Fentanyl is Budweiser, and craft brew is now heroin. So a much more, and it's even the new users want to go for fentanyl because of the way it affects the body, and it's a quicker high, it's a more potent high, and you're finding that. And we can't barely find a pure heroin a lot of times. When we do stops, a lot of that's already mixed with fentanyl, but there are still a group of users who prefer traditional heroin.
So down to the micro, and I will then turn it over to my chair lady. Commercial carters, Member Harity is 10 toes down about assisting the businesses along the corridor. And one of the things in that discovery was that many of them were victims of shoplifting to the point that it was so organized that people were going into the neighborhoods getting lists and filling those lists through shoplifting. In that regard, how are we treating shoplifting in the continuum of crime? Although we recognize many of them are victims of being addicted, but the other victim is the store owner that can't stay open because people believe it's okay to shoplift in their facilities. Where are we at with that?
Council member, with your permission, I'll give the 2-sentence version, and then we'll bring in the expert here, Kim Essick, head of our economic crimes unit, head of our retail theft task force, which is celebrating its actually first anniversary and has done such remarkable work that we're getting phone calls from other DA's offices around the country. I'll let her get up here. But the real short version is, how are we doing it? We are recognizing that there are a number of buckets. People who are operating a warehouse and are giving lists to addicted people, so those addicted people will come back with iPads or whatever it is they're stealing and get drugs. Those people are getting accountability, and that's what they should be getting. When you have prolific offenders, people who do it and do it and do it, those people are getting accountability. However, let's get real, if the underlying issues are not addressed, even while they're in jail, if they have deep mental health issues, they've been living on the street for 9 years, they're extremely addicted, you don't mess with those issues, they'll just come out of state prison and do it again. So, we can't just say they're terrible people, and we also can't afford to just keep them in jail for the rest of their lives. Even when they're having to do a serious jail sentence, we also need to find ways to work on the fundamental issues, and if we don't do it, then we are going to continue to have that issue. When you get down to people who are on their first arrest, people who have taken small amounts, all the data that we have tends to indicate that they are overwhelmingly young people who are opportunistic, who are grabbing a purse because they saw it and got excited and did it. Young people do dumb stuff. As long as they're not going to do it again, then those people are deserving of the other hand. They are deserving of, a lot of accountability that doesn't necessarily result in a conviction that will disable them from participating in the economy. Now, I can tell you that Kim Essick can give you a somewhat more nuanced version, because the work that has gone on here is extremely collaborative with the Philadelphia Police Department. It involves a wonderful app that merchants are using in the city so that people in the stores can communicate with the police and communicate with us. And when you have the frequent flyers, people who are stealing a lot, who get chased out of one store, it notifies all the other nearby stores, and it notifies the nearby police. So even if police, understaffed as they are, and I have to tell you, I have a lot of sympathy and compassion for police officers who have to respond to shootings and then get criticized because they didn't go to the retail theft instead. They have to use their resources for the priorities. But my point is simply, even if a police officer can't respond immediately to store number 1, by the time Joe the thief has gotten to store number 2 or 3, they're walking in the door before he even steals something. So it's been effective, and with that, I will let Kim Essick say a couple words.
Good afternoon, Council. Kimberly Essick, District Attorney's Office, Supervisor of the Economic Crimes Division, and one of the units I oversee is the Retail Theft and Organized Retail Theft and Deed Theft Task Force. And to follow up on what the DA has already mentioned, we have been working collaboratively, officially in the task force for the past year with the Philadelphia Police Department. We had started a pilot prior to that for at least a year before then, trying to work out the mechanics of how we would bring this to the entire city of Philadelphia and all the divisions. And so far, the feedback we have gotten has been very, very good from the community members, the employees at the stores that we've been working with, and the business community in general, as well as with the police department. We stay in regular touch with each other. Just earlier today, Inspector Evers, who is overseeing the entire thing now for the police department, reached out just to do a check-in with me to see where we are and if there's any issues that I needed to address with him. Last week I was at a meeting with the DA for a store that didn't really know about some of the things that we were doing, and as soon as we find that out, we get out there, we advise what's going on, we get them in touch with the right people, and we let the police department know as well so that we all get on the same page. Our community engagement unit in the office is reaching out to the businesses at least once a week to touch base with them so that we can reach everybody to let them know this is what we're doing, and so that you can get on the same page with us. What the DA was telling you about with stores alerting each other, that is what this collaboration has allowed for, so that individuals are helping each other in the community as well as with the police department and us. We do vertical prosecution in my particular unit. Now, we are a small unit. We're still expanding and we're trying to take on more, but currently we have over 1,500 transcripts and over 500 offenders that we've adopted into the unit for vertical prosecution, meaning we're seeing their cases through from start to finish, as well as collecting the other cases that they may have picked up along the way, and also working with the detectives in what the DA had mentioned about even if we can't get them on site for that one arrest, but they've hit that store 10 times before and the police didn't make it out there, we're now working with the detectives to make sure they go back, collect that evidence, and secure an arrest warrant for that offender. In addition, once we have somebody in our unit, we get them into our arrest alert tracker that I get arrest alerts. I've gotten a few while I've been sitting here. here, the last council member meeting that I attended, it's the same thing. I get arrest alerts all the time for anybody that we have put into the system so that we know there's a case pending. We can grab that case and get them off the street right away. And in addition, we get information from the businesses that maybe didn't speak with the police before, maybe didn't file charges before, but they have prolific offenders that they want us to know about. We put their names into the system. So even if they haven't established that background because they got away with it for a period of time, now we do know that they are a prolific offender and they are in our arrest alerts, and we can tackle that right away. And we look at each case individually. As the DA said, there are some who clearly they need to be off the street, but then there are others that we're looking at the background to see what's going on with them, and is there a program that we can get them into? They may need to go into jail, but can we get them some treatment? Can we parole them to a treatment program? Can we monitor after the fact so that they don't just get released and we don't know what happens to them? We do status check-ins maybe every 30 days, every 60 days, so that we can know what's happening with them while they're on outside supervision, because probation isn't always seeing people in person anymore. They do phone check-ins a lot. We don't really have control over that all the time, but we can request the court to schedule a case so that we can do a face-to-face with the people that we're supervising.
So in other words, there's an app for that. I like that.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
There is.
Yes, literally.
Councilmember, 2 quick final points on this. Happy to answer more questions, but number one, I know that there's been a lot of yap out there, a lot of talking about how we don't prosecute under $500. That has never, ever, 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 let me say it again, ever, ever been true. That was never, ever, ever true, and it's not true now. We have always prosecuted, at least at the summary level, and it depended on the individual, under $500. We just don't, I mean, it's been repeated falsely so many times, it's become almost out there in the environment. So I do need to put that out. And finally, you know, it's really important when we talk about this issue that we don't just talk about the big box stores with the big budgets. You know, Target, for example, has a remarkably impressive state-of-the-art security situation going on. And we care about Target, we care about the customers, we care about the people who works there, we care about them, but we also have to care about all the commercial corridors, all the mom and pop stores, all the ones that are not in Center City. So part of what the DA's office does through its community engagement team, and that's headed by G. Lamar Stewart, who also heads 14 other things, part of what we do is we go to these corridors and we have our engagement people go door to door to door to talk to the shop owners, to find out what their experience is, to see what their needs are, to monitor the situation, because sometimes people who are not in Center City or maybe not in Chestnut Hill or not on Rittenhouse Square, they feel like they don't get the consideration, they don't get enough input, and we agree with that. We think it's really important. We have gotten a lot of helpful information that way. It allows us to work better and more collaboratively with PPD, and so that is also part of the retail theft effort that we are on.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. That was enlightening.
Thank you, sir.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Good afternoon, Mr. DA. How are you, sir?
I'm well, Councilmember Harity. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, my brother. Just a quick question. This is just for clarification. I have a couple of friends. Some of them go to court on occasion. But I heard your office is now offering the Emerging Adult Unit program as of Monday in court. That's something new to another program or something like that. What I'm curious about is, and the case, it's just using it as an example. Somebody was there for drug sales, turned down AMP program, choosing instead the EAU program instead. Under what circumstances would they be referred to either EAU or the AMP program? I'm just trying to figure out what both programs are and how they interact and why, what's the difference between them for the person to be able to like switch it up or something like that, that's all.
Yes, council member. I think I'll give the quick answer and then I'll let the smart one correct me. But the quick answer is AMP, AMP stands for Accelerated Misdemeanor Program. Drug dealing is, in almost every respect, felony program. It's more serious. So there is a distinction there. But let Caleb Arnold respond to that.
So, especially in that instance, what we're looking at is whether somebody has a substance use disorder and they need treatment. So if somebody is engaging in activity that would qualify for them for diversion, and they went to AMP, but they didn't have a substance use issue, then we're gonna push them into EAU so they can complete job training, education, and mentorship instead. EAU is the Emerging Adult Unit.
Yeah. That's great. That's actually answers my question great. I just wanted to know what the difference was between them. It's higher charges, basically, right?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Correct.
And what happens with that? Do the defendants pay restitution in any of these instances? They do.
Yeah, so in any case where there's restitution, payment of restitution is included as part of the required components of the offer.
Even if they go into the program, they still have to pay that?
That's correct.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you. Hold on, I think I may have, just want to look here, see if anything's wrong. Just the one last one. What's your overall opinion of diversionary programs in general? I believe you said a little bit on it, but like, what's your feelings on those?
Council member, my overall opinion is that when they make us safer and they straighten out people's lives and turn them away from crime, they're great. But Charles Manson shouldn't get diversion. I think that we need to do individual justice. We need to recognize as best we can where those individuals are. We are, like it or not, in criminal justice in the business of risk management. And we get it right as much as we can. So I think diversionary programs can be a very positive tool, especially when they're robust, with dedicated social workers, with finding the root of the problem, treating it, trying to make people more employable. But they're not for every case. You're not going to see us doing this on the kind of cases that rip apart society, that are terrifying neighborhoods. You're going to see us not only doing it on much less serious offenses, but trying to carefully monitor whether our criteria are right. Are we too selective? Could this make us safer with more people? Or are we not selective enough and we're putting people into diversion who then go out and do bad things? It's the constant self-evaluation, constant self-correction that we have to do with these programs.
So just for a follow-up to that, is there a program, just for an example, one of the diversionary programs that you don't think is working the way it should or that needs to be changed?
Well, I can tell you that we generally tweak them and change them whenever we see a problem. We don't always have complete control. Sometimes the courts are involved and they have certain criteria. But I can tell you we had a program at one point that involved people who were stealing cars. And we were selective in who was in the program. And we eventually determined it was a little too short. There was plenty of criminological science to support a short program being good, but we didn't like what we were seeing. Some of them were coming out and they were stealing another car. So we took it from what was essentially a 2-month program to a 1-year program, and we got totally different results. After 1 year, the nonsense was over. They weren't running around and getting a new one, and we had much better results in recidivism. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. You know, crime's been around for a while, probably still will, but if we can outdo other similar cities, which is exactly what we have been doing the last 4 years, in terms of reducing crimes in many categories, not every category, but many categories, then we're doing pretty well. You know, it's when you look at car insurance companies or you look at hospitals and you say which car insurance company is doing policies for people who have fewer crashes, which hospital is saving more lives of people who have cancer. Unfortunately, there's still going to be car crashes. There's still going to be people who have fatal cancer. But the real question is, are we doing better than other major cities that face similar problems? And it is an achievement, especially when you're not the richest city in the world. It is a major achievement if we can outdo those other cities in terms of improving things. You know, and let me just say one final thing, if I may. I really believe that we are at a moment in this city when we have an opportunity to go from being a chronically violent city to a consistently safe city. But we all have to do what is counterintuitive to people in elected office, which is when the bad headline goes away, or at least it's not there as much, people follow the next butterfly. They're going to go off and deal with the next thing that seems to be bad. We cannot take success and take our foot off the gas. We have to put our foot on the gas for success and switch where there's failure. And I am concerned, especially in these times with the leadership in Washington, D.C. and possibilities of austerity, that we could get wrapped up with new concepts and ideas to the exclusion of continuing what has already worked. We have to somehow find a way to keep working on all of our problems, but never let our foot off the gas on what has been successful in improving public safety and the lives of people in Philadelphia.
I'm good. Thank
The
you.
chair recognizes Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for all these details. I mean, my head is swimming because I have so many questions, and we can't obviously get them all answered now. But I wanted to talk about, again, a global issue about supply and demand, right? We are working, you talked about cutting the supply and a lot of work going on with a task force, and you've had some success. And our demand, which is driving this market here, right? How are we addressing the demand side in terms of reducing this as an attractive place for that business to flourish? What can we do to reduce the desire to have this as the place? Why not New Jersey? Why not somewhere else? Why here in Kensington and Philadelphia as a result? Why are we the ground zero for this?
Council member, are you speaking specifically of the drug trade? Or
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Which is the second most or the most profitable industry in the world.
Well, you know, there are certainly some criminologists who could say more interesting things about it, but I have, been around Kensington for a very long time, partly because, you know, I speak Spanish. And so when I was a private criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney, I had a lot of clients who resided in Kensington. I've watched it over the years, and I've taken some time to read about it. I think there are a number of factors that make Kensington vulnerable to this kind of situation. One of them is its proximity to Route 95, its proximity to water, its proximity to trains. For someone who wants to come from Baltimore, D.C., grab whatever amount, even a kilo, and get it back down there, they don't have to spend a whole lot of time getting off the main road, getting back on, and then driving 75 miles an hour straight back. Another one is that it's kind of central on the northern part of the East Coast. So if you are trying to operate in New York City and in New Jersey and in Baltimore, and in DC, you know, it's relatively central. A third factor, which I think is significant, is of course the economic history of Kensington, which, as many of you know, involved industry that left at a certain point, and there was an influx of people, many of them from Puerto Rico in that era, but there was an influx of people who came to fill jobs that were being abandoned by workers in the factories who were being offered less per hour, right? They came in for those jobs, and then those jobs disappeared completely. And so you had a significant bunch of people who needed jobs, who wanted to work, and then it went away. And in some sense, they were there, and something had to happen. So it created a situation where there were employment needs, there was significant poverty. It was a place where, I mean, I'm not speaking of this commission or this police department or even my 7 years in office, but there were decades when there was less police concern and less political concern about Kensington, Port Richmond, that general area, than there were in more affluent and vote-rich locations. As I said, I know there's an interesting article by a guy named Philippe Bourgois, a professor who studied this. I would recommend to any of you taking a look at it, not because I think it's authoritative, but it is an actual history of Kensington that's pretty interesting. I think those are some of the factors that are involved, but I'm sure there are wiser people who could say more on that.
So, yeah, we understand in broad strokes. So the reason I asked that question is to say all these efforts we're doing right now, how impactful and how do we measure their impact? Is it by looking at how many people are using? Is it by looking at how much retail theft that's happening? So all of these things everybody's doing at all different levels of, all different branches of government, for it to be effective and to really have an impact and transform Kensington, because that's ground zero. Hopefully it'll spread elsewhere. How are we giving ourselves like a pilot phase to say DA is involved, police is involved, social services involved, the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judicial branch? How are we looking at the progress on this to say we're doing it right? I'm concerned that we might be throwing a lot of spaghetti on the wall and hoping, and the reason why it's critical right now is our funds are going to get reduced, our federal dollars are going to be impacted, so we're going to have less resources and we have to be wiser about how we use them, which is why we need to be evidence-based and data-driven about what is working and what is not, and focusing on where those intersections are and deploying resources there. And I have not seen that. I have seen, everybody doing their own conversation on this from every different corner, and I think it requires us to have leadership from every sector to say, I'm going to put my pet project aside, even though I know it's excellent, because this other one is better, but someone else did it. We need to give ourselves like a timeline. We need to have some deliverables, and all of us have to be accountable for those measures. And I think we all need to come together to do that and set aside our petty differences, because at the end of the day, there are people dying.
Understood. What a great question. And I, knowing you a little bit as I do, council member, and your scientific background, I'm not scientific, but I love me some data. So I hear all of that. I think part of your question is, what are the metrics we use to say, are we failing or succeeding? The number of people using on the street is important. The number of people living on the street, at least to the extent we think it's a consequence of drug activity and drug addiction, and it almost always is important. There's a third metric people don't talk about much, but it's something I saw when I actually went and visited the program in Lisbon that I thought was really enlightening, really, really enlightening. And that was this. We walked up into the hills where a lot of people, historically 5,000 people, now down to 1,000 or fewer. And when we went up and we were actually engaging with people who were up there, I was with an outreach team and we were just walking around talking to people. They were old. I'm old, so I can say this. They were old. They were people who were in their 40s and they were in their 50s. And when we talked to them, what we heard over and over was, I had a relapse of my brain cancer. And after 8 years, I went back on heroin. My mother died and I got really depressed. And after being off of it for 12 years, I went back on heroin. Those were the stories we were seeing. You didn't see what you see in the United States and in Philadelphia, which is apparently able-bodied 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, who are, a significant portion of that population. When you get to the point where you stop seeing young people becoming so addicted that they're living on the street, you're making an impact. And as I said, of course you don't want anybody on the street addicted. Nobody wants that. But they had an 80% reduction in that population with the program that they were following. So I think that is another metric. I think it's very important also that we not make things worse. It's really easy when you go into a situation that's problematic to do things without thinking of the consequences. If the consequence of the activity is that you reduce the number of people in Kensington, that's a good thing. But it's not a great thing if exactly the same number of people just migrate to other neighborhoods. Why? Well, it's the same number of people. And I understand, I don't want all of this suffering and harm to be served on Kensington. I want to be clear about that. But the other thing that happens when you take people who have hepatitis C or have hepatitis A or have HIV, and they all disperse to other neighborhoods where they start sharing dirty needles with other people or having sexual intercourse with other people is you spread diseases that are awful, that cost a fortune, that we have to some extent tried to keep under control, right? We need to at least think about that. I'm not saying let's be paralyzed. We can't be paralyzed. We have to innovate. We have to do things. But we need to at least always say, well, if we do this, is there a downside? And can we handle the downside? And what can we do about it? But I think the most important point is exactly what you said. There has been too little effort, in my experience, there has been too little effort to get the right people in the room, Vegas rules, meaning we don't talk about it. We did this with Kensington Caucus. We at least started this conversation. Too little effort to get them all in the room before somebody comes up with a new plan. There really are models of things that have worked in the United States and worked in other places that we ought to be discussing as we come up with plans. Everybody has good intentions, but our gut is not always right. Sometimes what our gut says turns out to be less effective than what our gut doesn't say. So I could not be more sincere when I say, I think a lot of the failures that we have seen in Kensington over the years and potential failures right here and right now are when people are off in separate silos because they don't trust some other player in the system. They won't exchange information collectively and talk to each other collectively. Now, having said that, I will say this, I'm encouraged by some of the rhetoric, and I don't mean that in a dismissive way, but I'm encouraged by some of the language that I'm hearing. I see what seems to me to be a positive evolution, even if it didn't all happen in the same silo. Some of these silos are coming together a little bit more, and we're seeing an evolution in the language that seems to go more in the direction of trying to fix the problem. So we're not always punishing and criminalizing the problem, but fix the problem insofar as it is addiction, mental health issues, homelessness, unaddressed trauma, things of that sort. And on behalf of my office, I'm all in to have that sort of a think tank where everybody who should be in there having private conversations, not trying to smack each other in the press, but having private conversations is there, and I'm all in to the extent we can do it to use our data lab and our criminological resources to help provide that information. Obviously, in no way excluding criminologists who work with PPD or criminologists from other sources. Yeah. But I'm all in for that conversation. I think we might save ourselves a lot of heartache and a lot of frustration if we are all in the same room instead of having, quote, the plan, unquote, announced to us later.
Oh, thank you, and I hope that proverbial room will occur only because, as I said, limited resources have to get some bang for our buck at the end of the day. It sounds awful, but that's how we need to do it because our funds are limited. And the last thing I'll say, and I don't know how your office addresses this, we are talking a lot about people with substance disorder and how they're impacting our city, our criminal justice system. I never want to forget those who do not have this disorder, who are living in Kensington, who seem to be overlooked constantly, whether that's by design or not, because they're not needing the immediate services this other group does. I want every office in our city, in any capacity, to make sure they know they're not forgotten. Mm-hmm. Their children having to step over needles and, exposed to all kinds of, disease that is being bred there. There's accountability somewhere, right? Those children did not ask for this. So I would love to see that mental construct across the board for everyone to be able to acknowledge that, and that does not mean that we're harming anybody else. I have not heard that enough in this short time that I've been here in an elected office, that articulation, except from my colleague here and these colleagues here who have said it and have received a lot of negative attention for that. And I think it behooves all of us to stand up and say, these are folks who are imprisoned there just as much. And every agency, authority, elected person needs to acknowledge that and actually say sorry to them because we have neglected them for so long. And I would love to hear what the district attorney's office is doing about that.
First of all, I could not agree more heartily. I don't see, however, this as being a tug of war between people suffering from addiction and people who live there. They are both served by the same outcome. And that outcome is that they don't see as many addicted people on the street because we're dealing with those issues. On the other hand, it is a tug of war between professional drug dealers and shooting groups. That is a tug of war. They are against the community, simply put. So that's a different situation. But, obviously to the extent that through enforcement, we can reduce shootings, reduce professional drug dealing, the community is better. To the extent that we use all the tools in the toolbox to deal with addiction and reduce addiction on the street, I mean, can you imagine what it would mean in Kensington to have an 80% reduction in on-street, unhoused drug users? Can you imagine what that would mean for enrollment in the schools, for the integrity of the business community there, for property values, for the interest of people to develop in a positive way, not in a crazy way? It would be a tremendous plus. We have spent quite a bit of time in Kensington. We have met with community groups and individuals, including ones who were not friendly to us. We have done that. We have spent that time, and I think it has been very positive. But I completely agree with you that the focus should not just be on those people who are suffering with addiction, or worse yet, people who are feeding that addiction. The focus here has to be on making the lives of the residents there better, which happens at exactly the same time as you make the lives of addicted people better.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. The chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla.
Thank you, and thank you, Larry, for being here. My question again is on both. I know we worked really hard on AMP Court getting up and running, and I heard two things. One is the one diversionary program, the drug court has a 77% success rate, and you're saying AMP Court with over 650 people last year who went there has a bad success rate. So I like to see those numbers to understand why, because the challenge would be if we're doing something wrong in that court. And out of the 632, what was the number of AMP Court last year?
So we actually have good rates for people that complete the program, right?
Which program?
So for AMP, last year, we had 641 complete, and 25 of those people picked up a new arrest. So
641
no,
were sent
no, like this is just numbers, this isn't percent, so it's like 4% or something like that.
Councilmember, with your permission, could we back up just a little bit? Because I don't want there to be confusion between graduation and what happens after graduation. So, Caleb Arnold, can you explain to the council member what happens if you fail during AMP and what happens after AMP?
Can we step one step back further? How many people were sent to AMP last year?
We had, let me just pull my notes. So last year, there were, I don't have the numbers of how many people were sent to AMP just last year. I have more global numbers, I apologize.
How about how many were in AMP last year?
I just have the completion numbers.
All right, what's the completion number?
Well,
So that's
if we
the-
could ask
But I
for the
can get that
chair.
information for you.
If you can send them to us, and we'll make sure that we distribute them to the committee, that would be great.
But to address your question, we have a good recidivism rate in both programs. The problem is, getting people to complete AMP once they get in, right? And so that's where we see a number of bench warrants, where people either bench warrant and then they complete later when they, get picked up and their bench warrant's lifted, or we just have people who are on bench warrants for a long time. And so it's true, one of the things that we're looking to do is how to push AMP in earlier so that we can get people connected faster to treatment.
And I think that would be a goal from us also. I mean, I think if we see those numbers, maybe we could help or at least brainstorm together how we could improve that, because again, it's all about outcomes in the end. We would love to say we got people started, but that's one part, is to get them started. The second part is to follow them through a process, hopefully, right, to become successful. So, all right, that was my main question. If we could get that data information sent to the chair, and then if we have further questions, we could just do that through email.
Sure.
And to be able to get answers.
Councilmember, I want to make sure we answer your question properly. So you're looking to see how many people were referred to AMP, how many went into AMP, how many completed AMP, and how they did after AMP.
Right.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Thank you so much for being with us today. Will the clerk please call the next
Thank you,
panel
Councilmembers.
to testify on Resolution 240896?
We have Chief Defender Keisha Hudson from the Defenders Association.
Thank you. Welcome. Please
Thank
state
you.
your name and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Jones. Keisha Hudson, I'm the Chief Defender, the Defender Association of Philadelphia, and with me I have Andrew Pappas, who is the Managing Director of Pretrial, and specifically tasked with working with our Kensington clients and population and stakeholders.
Welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, fellow council members. I do want to thank Councilmember Ketsi Lozada and this committee for the opportunity to testify. We did submit very detailed written testimony, and I want to keep this brief and leave time for any questions that you might have. I want to talk a little bit about my experience as a public defender because it is relevant, I think, to the answers, the questions you've been asking today and the answers that you seek and what I think some of the solutions are. I've been a public defender for 22 years. It'll be 23 years in September. I am, as my fellow defenders, are experts in what our clients' histories look like and what they need in order to navigate the criminal legal system and successfully navigate the legal system and not to re-enter it. For 10 years, I worked at the Federal Defenders in the Capital Habeas Unit, representing clients who were sentenced to death row. And a critical component of that work was what we called mitigation work. And I will tell you that one of the recurring issues in our clients' histories that recur generation after generation, in addition to poverty, was drug dependency, mental health issues, and these recur. And so our clients are incredibly complicated. They did not just fall into drug addiction or serious drug addiction. There's a history to how they got there. And we know the solutions to how to help them. I never come to address this body without talking a little bit about the scope of the work we do and our needs. As we are in the midst of budget cycle. And just to give you an idea, last year, we represented 44,000 adults last year. In calendar year 2024, we represented 44,000 adults. 1,500 of those were linked to arrests within 3,000 feet of Kensington and Allegheny. And the majority of the clients were, of course, from districts 1, 6, or 7, and 6% of them were homeless. We have, with that 44,000 client population, we only have 29 social workers. 29. One of the questions that you've been asking of each panel is whether or not you can follow a client through treatment as they're going through addiction treatment, whether or not you can measure outcomes and bring that data back to show are these programs and diversion programs effective. And one way you can do that and must do that, as I've been advocating in every budget cycle, is we need more social workers. Last year I asked for $2.5 million to fund 25 social workers. I did not get that allocation. This year I'm specifically focusing on Kensington and asking for 5 social workers to start. It won't be enough, but 5 social workers to start working exclusively with people in Kensington. And my budget ask is $1 million to support not just an expansion of wellness court, but a place-based strategy to do the case management where we follow that client the entire time they're in the system, post-treatment, connect them to housing, connect them to other resources, help them get their benefits, help connect them to jobs, and make sure that they are not going to filter back into the system and do that reentry planning component as we're supporting them on a case management basis. As you know, the Defenders Association, we don't create diversion programs. That is the police, that is the district attorney, that is the courts. But we are the experts on the people who go through them, and we can tell you parts of the reasons why we think they could be more successful in ways that they could either expand to address and meet a higher need. Yes. So the current diversion programs, we see the successes and challenges for AMP. It's a program I think that is essential. It is successful and provides treatment instead of jail for low-level nonviolent offenses. There was expanded eligibility in November of 2024, which allowed improved individualized assessments. The key success metrics from our data, right? There were 446 referrals in the last 4 months, and we looked at the last 4 months with only 1 revocation for the people that we represent from the data that we collected. The second, and we haven't heard much about this today, is the Forensic Intensive Recovery, or the FIR program, something that I know Councilmember Lozada has been asking questions about. How does FIR work, and is FIR effective? It was designed to reduce the jail population and jail overcrowding by connecting incarcerated people to treatment. The issue we are having with FIR, which the courts are aware and are looking at, it is that it takes over 2 months on average for people to be released through FIR, and 18% of people who are referred, individuals who were released before evaluation, came back through the system and were rearrested. So that's a missed intervention opportunities that we are not getting. The assessments are taking way too long, and people are getting out. They could be getting out a variety of ways. They make bail, their case is resolved, but we are seeing 18% of that population that did not get evaluated come back through our jail system. And then neighborhood wellness court, you have heard a lot about today. It is the pilot stage. It is only 1 day a week on Wednesday mornings, as you know. It is incredibly important that we are lifting bench warrants same day. We have to avoid the necessity of sending anyone to State Road, and we are hopeful that we can navigate issues around detainers so that people who have detainers do not go to State Road. As you know, we've lost 2 clients, in addition to Amanda Cahill, we lost 2 clients in the last year because of bench warrant detainer issues, and the jail just was not prepared to treat this population. The numbers coming through now are low, because I do think it is one day a week, 1 morning a week. Well, today's a beautiful day, but it's been very, very cold. And we are right around the time when our clients go home and their families accept them back in, and there's forgiveness and there's redemption. But I do think you're going to see the numbers rise significantly in the spring and summer months. And so it's going to have to expand if we're keeping neighborhood wellness court. My part of the 1 million ask, as I said before, is to be able to staff that expansion in addition to the 5 social workers that would just be dedicated to Kensington. My recommendations, and then I'll close for any questions. I do think we should expand pre-arrest diversion. I see what happens once my clients come into the system. The outcomes for them are incredibly poor once they are in the system. And so for our youth and adults, I think expansion of pre-arrest is important. We have to invest in the Defender Association. We absolutely have to. 44,000 adults last year and 29 social workers is just not a tenable way to make an impact on our client population, much less the high needs population, which are our dependent kids and our drug addicted and mentally ill population. So we need more social workers. And we have heard now a lot of discussion around housing, and housing being part of the solution. So I do think I do think these diversion programs are working. They can work better. They can have a much broader reach. But I think the answer you've been seeking today about how can we measure outcomes and whether people who successfully go through PAD or AMP or Wellness Court, are they cycling back through, is you have to have someone who stays with them the entire time they're in the system from start to finish. One last point, our highest population of dependent children that we represent is in the Kensington area. I do think we have to take a holistic look at the fact that our clients who are substance addicted have children who are in the dependency system, and whether or not reunification and helping them reunify with their children can be a path for them to get better. Because I will tell you, our clients who have their children in that system talks about the impact of not seeing that light or reunification at the end of the tunnel, and whether or not that would help them stay on track so that they get their families back together. Dependency is a multi-generational recurring issue that we see when I talked before about the indicators that we see in our clients' lives. Not just poverty, not just substance abuse and drug addiction, and not just mental illness. Dependency recurs generations after generations after generations. I see this as a particularly important time with our budget, and I say that to say that our client population at the Defender Association is going to be and has been in some real pain, and I think is going to be feeling even more pain across the board in the next 4 years. And arming us with the ability to actually do case management work and not the light touch of referrals is going to be key if we're going to weather now and weather the next 4 years. And I'll take questions now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of the work that you're doing. I want to go back to something that Dr. Ahmad referred to, and I'm sure that you all have heard it sitting in this room. You know, there are a lot of programs.
Yes.
At what point, or do you believe that it is important for us to sit down and figure out, or lay out all these programs and figure out how do they overlap, right?
Yes.
Right now, everybody's working in their own silo. And I think, you know, to Dr. Ahmad's point, I think that is the problem. Yep. That we either we are refusing to do it, we don't have the capacity or the systems to be able to do it, but everybody, instead of figuring out how to better improve a diversion program, how to invest in order for this diversion program to work effectively and respond to hundreds of people, we decide we're going to create another program, right? How do you think that is, what barriers do you think that is creating? What additional barriers do you think that is creating, right? We already know some of the barriers, we've heard of them today, but having all of these programs and having people work in their individual silos, how do you think that's hurting us? And what do you recommend? What do you recommend that as a committee we advocate for moving forward to continue to respond not just to the crisis that we're seeing in Kensington, but to the need that we have in the city of Philadelphia, right? Yes, diversion programs are extremely important. Yes, we want to keep people from entering our systems or going up to State Road. And yes, we believe in opportunities, opportunities that you're going to take advantage of, right? Not opportunities for you to beat the system, opportunities that you're going to take advantage of that are going to lead you to a quality of life. What do we need to do?
So at the Defender Association, we have two data people, right? And we, I think, do an excellent job because we can ask questions and we have information that none of the other stakeholders will ever have about our clients. They won't. We're covered by attorney-client privilege. We have access to information from them and their entire family history, their medical history, starting with prenatal to the day they came into the system. The police will never have that data point. The DAs, the courts won't have that data point. We have that data point. So we can see what got you here and what is working and what is not working. We can look at your record and see, okay, you've been through AMP, you've been through 3 other programs, and you're here again on your 5th or 6th or 10th arrest. Clearly, what is happening there? We specially assign our clients with complicated needs to social workers, but with 29, that is a triage that we make for the really high needs population, particularly with mental health. And we have a very large mentally ill population of clients that we represent. So we actually we have the solutions. Now we have to desensitize the data. We can't tell you names and other information, but we can at least tell you key markers about what we think are some of the issues that need to be worked on and fixed. Is it more resources? Possibly, but the right type of resources. I think it's much more effective to invest in social services for us and then put aside some Kensington-specific housing, right? Much less expensive to say I'm going to invest $2 million into very modest apartments or across the city for people to see a light at the end of the tunnel and know I actually have a place to live. Or if my child is in the dependency system and I want to reunify, in addition to my addiction, I have a place where we can stay and sleep and be a family. So I think it's where we are investing. And while I'm all for prevention, and I've always said I would love to be out of a job. I don't want our clients to come through our doors because their outcomes are much worse once they are. If we're not doing the prevention and interventions, we have to support the prevention interventions like diversion, and even before then, but once they're in the system, if you're going to effectively get them out of the system, then you have to devote resources in the right ways. And connection to housing is one of Philly's biggest problems right now, but a housing first model to addiction recovery works. If I know, even for outpatient or inpatient, if I know I have a place to lay my head, or I will, that is going to help me actually succeed, rather than if I know I'm going to go back to the streets of Kensington where within 2 days I'm back on drugs again. So I think we have that information, and if we're invited to the tables, we want to be invited at every table with the city and the courts and the DA and the Office of Public Safety. We have a lot of ideas in terms of what works and what doesn't, but we have to take a new look at where we're sending our dollars and where they can be effectively make the most impact.
Thank you. One more question. In your testimony, you referred to a Kensington pretrial diversional hub and shifting towards pre-arrest diversion initiatives. Could you explain how the proposed hub would function within the between the broader arrest model, and what immediate steps would we need now to implement a hub like that?
And the funding that I've asked for would be partly dedicated to this. Right now, our office is at 15th and Sansom. It is not easy to get to. Transportation is an issue for a lot of our clients, and for this population, we want to have a presence. We want to be there every day. We want to have a place-based model with staff, with social workers who are also case managers. With 5, again, we're not going to meet every need and every client, but then I can come back before you next year or the following year, whenever we want to measure it, and say, here is what we are doing, here are the clients we worked with, and here are the outcomes, because we stayed with them. The only reason I say when we come back is the legal system sometimes takes a very long time for things to end. And so what data would you want to see, at what point to see, is this place-based model working? Like we are over here in our comfortable, interesting but comfortable offices at 15th and Sansom. We want to be in Kensington with that presence, with people who are going to stay with that client for that downstream data that you want to see.
What would that cost?
$1 million.
She's my ride. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To go back to the original question of what the Defenders Association can do to help the situation in Kensington, it was crystal clear to me, 29 social workers, right, that can help do a case management, and they are uniquely positioned to be able to go from beginning to resolution, unlike other people. And I think by investing in that way, we can get a better outcome. And my question becomes, the children that you mentioned that are in the Kensington area that are victims of some of this abuse, through drug use, do they wind up becoming your adult clients? Is there a trend in that?
There will be a forthcoming article in the Inquirer about what we call the womb-to-prison pipeline. So 1 in 4 of our dependent children do end up in delinquency, and that's 25%, and 1 in 5 of our adult clients started with dependency system involvement. And as I said before, it is cyclical and multi-generational, and the outcomes for their children will be similar unless we can really effect that change with
So
them.
it's like breaking a cycle.
It is a cycle, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Thank you for the work you do. I'm a fan. You guys know
Thank
that.
you.
I'm always,
Thank you.
always glad to see you guys, and I really appreciate the work you do. You know, I've been through that part, and you know, I remember sitting over there waiting and seeing everybody that was in there and going, "What the hell am I doing here?" You know what I mean? Part of my wake up, I guess. But I'm working on some stuff with the restorative justice, and I'm seeing a kind of disconnect as far as women are concerned. From what I'm gathering, women in the system end up doing almost all their time because there's no place to parole them to. There's not enough halfway houses for women. There's not enough programs for women. And one of the things that I've been asked a few times is, what happens with a woman with a child or a pregnant woman being denied service at the wellness court because of those issues? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see a pregnant woman go to jail because we don't have a program to put her in. It's common sense, you know what I mean? I don't want to have a pregnant woman sit in a jail when she should be in rehab, or she should be in an alternative program. So is that what's going on right now? How do we fix that? And then the other question was about money, so you already answered that. So.
And I'll just ask Mr. Pappas to just address how Neighborhood Wellness Court has been going. And we overall need, I think, more expansive services, especially for women. Currently in the state of Pennsylvania, we have, for our young girls, absolutely no placement that is non-secure for young girls. So they, regardless of how they come in, they go to a secure facility. So for women and girls in general, we need more programming. But in regards to Neighborhood Wellness Court, in terms of the people that we're seeing, certainly we would not want a client like that to go into the system, because then that baby is going to be removed and possibly, if there's no family or kinship care, possibly enter the system. But we can talk about
and it gives them another added trauma that's going to affect them.
Correct.
And thank you for that question. With regard to the people that we've seen coming to Neighborhood Wellness Court, they're all being arrested.
State your name for the record.
Sorry, Andrew Pappas, Managing Director of Pretrial for the Defender Association. The people that we've been seeing coming into Wellness Court, by definition, are being charged with low-level summary offenses. And the first person that they see when they get to Wellness Court is a triage nurse from Penn Addiction Services, who is there to assess their medical needs, whether that's substance use disorder. I don't believe we've had a pregnant woman come through Wellness Court, but certainly looking at their big picture in terms of their medical needs. And the people who are not stable enough to proceed through the system are immediately transported to Episcopal Hospital, and they're given a summons to come back to Wellness Court the following week if they've been released from the hospital. So that's kind of how it's been working in Wellness Court. I agree that our system is severely lacking in programs designed specifically for women. There's an initiative now through the MacArthur Grant to look at creating a problem-solving court for women that would be more expansive than the former Project Dawn Court, which was limited exclusively to women who had been charged with prostitution. So there are ideas in the work. we would like to be involved in those conversations and have a say in how that court looks and is formed, if it's going to come to fruition. And that is our ask of every diversion court and problem-solving court that is created. We are the experts in the field. If we're not at the table when these courts and ideas are being talked about, they are lacking when they are rolled out. And we've seen that time and again.
That's good, thank you. I'm going to be reaching out to pick your brain about a bunch of different stuff. I mean, I know that we said $1 million to get you guys into K&A, but how can we better fund the Defenders Association to pay for the influx of services we're going to have to be using besides?
Oh, but I know this isn't my budget testimony,
Right.
but you all know me that I go high, and I'm asking for 15 million overall. That was my ask last year. I'm asking for 15 million. I need 15 million, and I can sit here and go line by line of what that need looks like, and had a really great meeting with your team, and happy to do a one-on-one and follow up in terms of the line item for that need. But a lot of the requests, in addition to starting our first immigration defense unit, which we think is key right now for our fellow citizens of Philadelphia, supporting reentry for youth and adults. Kensington initiative, of course, is important, and we want to take on, because we were best suited to take on up to 40% of homicides. We now do 20. We'd like to do 40% because we're the best lawyers, and we end with finality. The cases do not come back again and again. It is the best homicide unit in the country. Every defender, quite frankly, that we have are experts and fantastic representatives here in the city of Philadelphia. But my ask is 15 million.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure. And you're right on with the, I'm seeing an influx of younger people out there on Kensington Avenue, and they're not selling drugs.
That's correct.
These are other kids that are out there, and like you said, it seems like they're getting younger. But I appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the remarks, Your Honor.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilmember. The chair recognizes Councilmember Squilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Keisha. We really do appreciate your input and services. I know sometimes you feel excluded in that process, but it is important that the Defenders Association is there because you do see what you see not only within the system, but also within the streets. So that input is invaluable, and I believe it is invaluable. And you were very supportive of the diversionary court programs, and we're working with the district attorney's office right before you to try to get some of those numbers to see how maybe we can improve on them, whether it's AMP court or wellness court or drug court or whatever other court is being created. Even the support for community court, right? To get people in and out of it instead of becoming part of the system. You know, there are challenges that we could face, and then people can get the help they need so that we preventively stop them from going to that next level. And you mentioned the resources necessary to do that. Now, one question on the warrant release that you guys are working with also. Right now, that court's only happening 1 day a week, is that correct?
That's correct. So Neighborhood Wellness Court is operating Wednesdays at B and Lehigh. Well, it starts at B and Lehigh and then goes to 3901 for the afternoon summary list. So that's 1 day a week. Myself and Sarah Allen from the Defender Association have been staffing B and Lehigh for the purpose of addressing Philadelphia bench warrants.
But to go 5 days a week or to have that, obviously there's a resource needed.
There's a resource need associated with that, obviously, but the benefit to that is every day when we're out there, we've kept someone from being transported to State Road. Given the current state of the prisons and the understaffing, every person that we can keep off of State Road is a benefit not only to that person, but to the entire system.
So do you believe with the additional funding, if additional funding is there for that you would be able to operate 5 days a week as far as that is concerned, as far as at least releasing the warrant part of it and to be able to work with Wellness Court for 5 days a week?
That is correct.
Yes.
We cannot do it without the resources. Sarah Allen is my second in command, and Andrew's on the upper leadership team. and this is what they've been doing. It's hours every Wednesday. So we are working with the city to do the pilot, but if we go beyond Wednesday, we need additional staff.
If you go beyond Wednesdays, you need additional staff.
Yes.
And I think that's important to hear too, because I think if this is successful, if it's working the way we want, or if we have to make changes, we can't say that we can't do it because we do not have the resources to do it, right? And I think that's something we all have to work on with the administration, obviously. But seeing that your involvement in that, and as we talk even with AMP Court, right now, is it still only 3 days a week? Is that correct? No?
2 days a week.
Oh, it's only 2 days a week.
Correct.
And we want to work on that to even work with the DA's office and you all to see how do we get people into those programs, into that, instead of just going to court. And what we could do together, and those conversations obviously with you and the district attorney and with us, if we could get the people into these programs and then follow them, and that's what you said about caseworkers, right? You have how many caseworkers and how many clients?
We have 20, for our adult population, we have 29 social workers for 44,000 people that we represented last year.
That's amazing. And they follow, they try to follow, they do not follow.
Only very, very high needs clients get someone that will work with them, and we have a different unit called the mental health unit, and we have a couple of social workers there because that's a high needs population, and the bureaucracy for our clients in getting access to Norristown and then placement once they are coming home is a lengthy process. When I asked for 25 social workers last year, that was a 2.5 million ask. I had a more realistic view this year of just focusing on Kensington, which is part of what would be the 1 million ask. But just any social workers we get would be dedicated to the Kensington population.
And they would then be able to follow those individuals through.
If it's 5 social workers, which is part of what that 1 million ask is, they can only have, I think, the recommended caseload, is 25 to 30 for that kind of population. So it won't be everyone, but it'll make an impact.
Right.
And then I can come back and answer your questions about what our data shows.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we want to see, right? We want to see outcomes, because it's easier for us to make decisions based on that. And I think at the end of the day, I said I would want to be real short, so I will. But I think it's important to make sure that you're at the table along with the district attorney's office, along with the courts, right, and along with the police department, so that we all could work and follow this together. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you all for your support of the Defender Association.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So first I want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for fulfilling what our Constitution says, that everybody has to have legal counsel.
Yes.
And I think that should be the bedrock of how resources are allocated between DA's office and Public Defender's office. I've said this to you before when we've had a conversation. So I think that's the premise of where we start with your office, but that's going to be a budget conversation. Mm-hmm. In this frame of addressing the needs in Kensington, addressing people with substance disorder who are your clients, the follow-through issue is really what is coming up, right? That people, you have intake, and so you're saying that if your office had social workers who would be caseworkers following them through, how would that add or how would that be in the whole frame? Meaning you would be a portion of resolving people's needs, right? Those who come to you for counsel, and then the rest go through other diversionary programs. You're almost acting like a diversionary program.
I wouldn't call it a diversionary program. Best practices has always been a holistic one. And what I said earlier about all of these issues being multi-generational for our family is that we often can address issues with our clients without getting an understanding of what's going on around them in terms of their family and other support networks, because there's a reason they are where they are, and oftentimes it's the family's history and encounters and issues that led them into or contributed to the system.
Yeah,
So case management really is, ensuring that they're getting to and from treatment, that they have the resources to get there if they're outpatient, checking in with them,
Yeah.
auditing the actual organization. Is it appropriate? Is it meeting your needs, the needs that you need? Is it geographically good for you? Are you actually getting the medication and the type of medication and the type of treatment? And it's that kind of case management where you're constantly following up and checking in with the client, that when you look at research of how other PD's offices that have this kind of holistic practice, Bronx Defenders is one of them. They're the gold star of a public defender office is the Bronx Defenders, because in-house, they have civil legal aid, they have an immigration, you just have to walk down the hall at Bronx Defenders. You don't have to cross the street and go to one agency or go across town to one agency. Everything is housed in the same organization. So this case management, if it's place-based, community will know us, right? And we get to know them, and our clients know where to find us, not at 14th and 15th and Sansom, but we are right in the neighborhood, and we can follow them and work with them throughout the entirety of their legal system involvement.
So what you are doing is also being done by other entities who encounter people
Yes.
In this continuum, and you're serving a certain population, but this, you're checking in with other providers who are
Yes.
serving the medical needs, mental health needs. So you're like the coordinator of understanding that, and this is what will reduce recidivism in terms of people getting back on the vicious cycle. So, all right, I just wanted to make sure I understood what your role was in this whole ecosystem. Thank you.
And the overall goal really is to move the entire adult social work team to increase its capacity. So eventually, 5-10 years down the way, we're in that kind of model, because I do think you will then see a real impact on the recidivism issues that we have here in Philadelphia. Thank you.
The benefit that we have in doing case management is that we also have the legal team in-house, right? So we're not only looking at the social service needs and our client holistically, we're also looking at their legal needs and how is their case impacting their social service needs, how are their social service needs impacting their case. And at any point, one of our social workers can call up the attorney who's assigned to that diversion program or to that client's case and say, hey, they're not gonna make court this week because it's more important for them to be in inpatient treatment. And everybody knows what's going on.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any other questions?
I just want to know if the 15 million, is the 1 million included in that?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Thank you so much for being
Thank
with us
you.
today. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Before the clerk calls the next panel, I'd like to take a moment to recognize David Ayers on his retirement. David, stand up, stand up. Thank you so much. David has led the diversion program for DBHIDS and has been a public servant for the city of Philadelphia since 2005. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for us as a city and for the citizens that live here. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next panel to testify?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dr. Evan Anderson from Thomas Jefferson University.
Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long afternoon, but an important topic and important conversation. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and begin with your testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, Evan Anderson. Thank you, Madam Chair, and select committee members for having me here today. I'm a researcher at Thomas Jefferson University, and I was asked to come here today because I've conducted research on a number of the programs listed in the resolution.
Oh my goodness. All of these programs that we heard about today?
Particularly PAD and CERT, so Police Assisted Diversion, and CERT, Crisis Intervention Response Team, and a little earlier work on some of the court programs as well. I've published that research in 7 peer-reviewed papers, and I submitted fairly lengthy and detailed written testimony. I'm happy and delighted to answer questions about that written portion that I submitted. My oral testimony today is going to be brief and general and targeted mostly at PAD, but I'm happy to talk more broadly. And I think the place to start, I know that this committee is rightfully very interested in how PAD is experienced in Philadelphia, but I did just want to take a moment and recognize that outside of Philadelphia, PAD is really viewed as an incredible example of transformative systemic change, interagency collaboration, and sort of relentless and persistent problem solving. Deputy Commissioner Healy mentioned earlier the sort of history of PAD and how the police department went down to consult with the Baltimore Police Department, which was planning to create a similar program. They were never able to get their program off the ground. Their program, really never got beyond the pilot phase, and it's not working now. So I just want to recognize really the impressive work that all the collaborators have done locally. Too many to mention, and obviously the support from City Council too. When I travel and when I present my work, people are always astonished at what Philadelphia has accomplished in standing up PAD. So I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I say that to start. I think the broad question is, does PAD work as intended, right? And my overall answer is yes. I can confidently say, based on my surveys and my interviews and my research, talking to stakeholders all across the sort of PAD process, people who have gone through the program, police officers, people who developed it, residents living in communities where PAD operates, that people broadly believe that PAD provides an important pathway away from unproductive involvement with the criminal justice system, and 2, potentially supportive services and resources. Right? I wish I could quantify the benefits of PAD for you here today. That's difficult for, I would say, 2 main reasons. One is it's very resource intensive. It's not easy for some reasons that I'm happy to talk more about. With colleagues from Brown University, Johns Hopkins, and NYU, I have submitted a proposal for a large federal grant to comprehensively study outcomes of PAD, including really robust cost-benefit analysis, which I think is really important, and I would hope would be very valuable to all of you. Can't say for sure what the status of federal funding is, but we did submit that with important support from the police department, from other agency heads locally. The second reason, and I'll sort of broadly wrap up my comments after I make this point. Second reason why it's just hard to be very precise about the effect of PAD in a lot of these diversion programs is because they still rely on the general ecosystem for providing treatment and housing and all those supports. They are on-ramps and pathways to those other systems. And those other systems continue to have inadequacies. In preparing for the testimony today, I read the transcript from your hearing in July, which was an amazing hearing. And I think a lot of the issues and the problems that you elevated in that hearing, they continue. There's been important work, but I just want to be really clear that even operating as well as possible, the ultimate effect of our diversionary programs will be contingent on our ability to provide accessible, high-quality resources and care in all the ways. And the people, especially my wonderful colleagues from Thomas Jefferson, I think, could articulate the limitations of that system much better than I can. But, I just want to end by noting that PAD and these diversion programs often work as important pathways. Understanding their effects and really maximizing their effects relies us to continue to come back to these questions of what do the back-end services look like. I'm delighted to take any questions, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your work. I guess my question, in your research and what you heard here today, right? Do you feel like some of us up here feel, right? All of these programs, I think no one is challenging that all of these programs are good programs. They all serve as pathways to treatment and prevention and recovery and housing and education and all of those things we know that people need. But did you hear what I heard, which was that everyone is kind of working in their own silos and oftentimes don't communicate with one another, whether it be by choice or just that systems don't talk to each other, and that they could be providing better quality service over quantity, right? I think that part of my issue is that there are so many programs that oftentimes we don't give people a real opportunity to succeed because we push them through the system and say, just finish this. And they came back into, they took that program, they succeeded, they were sent about their business, but no one ever really did what the defender just said, right? Nobody really followed them to say, here's what you need to do next. Here, and after, I don't know, 5 years of us holding your hand, you are now prepared to live a successful life in the city that you choose. Or was that just me? I don't know. It's not just you.
No, I appreciate that question. I want to sort of highlight, I'm a data person, so I want to highlight 2 uses of data. One use of data is operational. It's having data to be able to make decisions about individual people, like the defenders were just talking about. That's important. Another type of data is to inform your decision making, to give you a sense of how the whole system is working, right? And you're in a difficult position because you're asked to make decisions about these programs, and people come up and talk rightfully about the benefits of those programs, but it's hard to see them without seeing them in the whole context, right? So, we can talk about wellness court, and I'm happy to do that. My perspective on whether investing in wellness court makes sense, given the scarcity of resources, what I would want to know is, for that person going through wellness court, have they had 10 hospitalizations in the last year? And have 8 of those hospitalizations ended in that person self-discharging? Because also, have they had 10 contacts with our housing support services, 8 of which haven't worked out? Have they had the same amount in our outpatient treatment? Because diversion is really important. It will always be easier to intervene and to provide health services at a health services setting. And it'll always be harder to do that at a criminal justice one. And that's not to say we should do all of this diversion stuff. It's important. But, as you think about, and as I think about what could really guide your work longer term, it's just visibility into all of these touch points. Being able to look and say, how are these folks who are touching a lot of these different systems, what does that look like? Where are the best opportunities to intervene? Where are the dollars spent? I think about PAD as a health service. I think about it as a pretty lean budget because, it might not feel that way if you think of it as a public safety intervention, but if it's a health service, $3, $4, $5 million is a rounding error on the health services that are provided around town, right? And I think that's really important to think about. It's also, it's also important to think as you think about the value of these programs, if PAD succeeds in helping people get onto healthier trajectories. If it prevents, if for every 10 people that go through PAD, that prevents one hospitalization, those dollars add up very, very quickly. And there's lots of savings there that can be recouped, reinvested in things like housing. So that's just something that I would, encourage the committee to think about.
What do you believe, in hearing and studying all of these programs, what do you believe we need to do to, give me three things, to make a person's journey in the process a successful journey? If you had to pick three top things.
Immediacy, stability, and I'll come back to these. Immediacy, stability, and humanity. People are ready for change in one moment, and if you wait a week, they're out of it. Hours, right? Lots of benefits to court programs, but we all know, those court programs are months down the road, right? I think the logic of PAD is we can, in that interaction, in that moment, if we can provide a real warm handoff, our batting average is going to be much higher. So I think immediacy. And that takes resources. It's hard, for the people doing this in the field to do this. It's complicated. My second one was stability. It's also being able to, someone talked about identification earlier. It's being able to handle the other issues that people have going on in their lives so they can make those changes. People might have childcare issues, and someone wants to join a program, but I need someone to watch my kids. There's all these things, and from having done research on PAD, and we're talking about the relatively better outcomes. I think a lot of that has to do with the people that are helping with all of these things that are kind of around it, the supportive issues. And then any system has to just put the humanity of people first. We have to just keep talking to people and asking, why does this program work for you or not work for you, right? And that's hard, it's really hard work, but it's really important. And we can create those, and from what I see locally, we're trying to do that across a number of places. I think, we can do more.
Thank you for that. In your research, did you examine any diversion programs that are currently in place that you believe were not effective?
I did not recently.
You're not going to get in trouble here.
No, it's okay.
This stays between us.
Yep, no.
And the thousands of people that are watching us online.
No, one thing I would say is that, maybe almost 10 years ago at this point, I did a study where my team, we worked with the medical examiner's office to get the identifying information for all the people that fatally overdosed in a year, 900 people. That was 2016. And then we worked with the district attorney's office to look at all their previous arrests and hearings. And one of the things we noted is that very few of those people had been through drug treatment court. And drug treatment court. And when we looked at the people who had an arrest in the year before they fatally overdosed, something like 98% of them weren't eligible. And that study, I think, was actually fairly influential, and that has changed, which is good. But it's important for us to really mind the eligibility criteria. I think Philadelphia is a leader, unlike a lot of cities that have diversion programs. They put on eligibility criteria that filters out people with the most complex needs. That makes the programs look good, doesn't change, people's lives in the way we want, or, communities' health in the way that we want.
So,
I
yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. The chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I was glad to hear some of the things you said, which it goes right with what I tell everybody all the time. You know, it's about services and giving them services to succeed. I always tell everybody that the two most important things that we could help with outside of them actually getting sober is mental health and housing. Two keys, so I was glad that you said that. And of course, the fact that we need to get them out of Kensington because, you know, in the program, we have a lot of sayings, one of which are people, places, and things. If you stay around the same people in the same place, you're going to do the same things. You know, it's a little bit of a cliche, but it's the God's honest truth. So that being said, how would you suggest that PAD and the entire drug treatment system better develop and adjust to the current cumbersome program to better connect individuals to treatment? In other words, how do we streamline this process to get people into recovery? PAD is great, but like you said, you know, there's other ways to get people in, and some people aren't having court cases and ended up having to go through that justice system. What would you, if you had something that you could do, what would it be?
Thank you for that question, which is really important. Again, I would refer back a little bit to the June hearing, which really had the experts on that issue, and I think there's still important work to be done on some of the issues that you raised. Programs like the L4 program, programs that you know, address the medical complexity of people are really important. More supportive housing. There's an important initiative, the Hospital to Home program, that I think you've heard testimony on. Those need to be expanded, and the impact of them needs to be measured. And you know, I would just highlight for sort of city finances that when the city contributes to these programs, the city pays. Oftentimes, when they work, they save state and federal dollars, right? Because so much of healthcare spending is state and federal. So you just have to think about how we can document it and then recuperate that, or make arguments to the state that, hey, you know, we've spent all this money on PAD, you know, and we're saving, you know, we spend $4 million on PAD, but we've saved $10 million in Medicaid spending for infections and amputations. And then the conversation can be, you know, if you give us more, we'll save more. And that's a virtuous cycle. And I think the same thing with housing too. And I'd like to think that's where research can play a key role.
During your research, what were your findings as far as, I don't want to see inadequacies, but the differences between male and female opportunities? Because what I'm hearing is that there are more opportunities for a male to get into a program than it is for a female. And also, like, we already had this conversation yesterday with our group at the Wellness Center. We're able to take men right now, but we can't take women. And the messed up situation is that I've been saying and spouting to anybody that'll hear it is the fact that we got women that are doing most of their time in prison when they could have been paroled or released to another program earlier on. You know what I mean? They're doing an extra month, an extra year, or whatever it is, because we have no place to send them. How do we fix those inadequacies? And, you know, did you come across any of that in your studies?
I have come across that generally in other research. I would say at the time I was studying the experiences of PAD. That wasn't, I studied it a little earlier, and I think things have changed a little bit, but I'm very confident that's still an issue, and that would be an important area to expand and a place to dedicate some resources.
Beautiful. Thank you.
My final question is, based on your expertise, how does the current diversion programs align with the latest versions of, or the latest research on public health and the criminal justice system reform?
I think in theory, they align really well. Warm handoffs, no wrong door, right? Being able to act quickly, being able to address people's social needs and increasingly health needs with the wounds, really multidisciplinary care. It is not easy, but that's the model that is being built in Philadelphia, and that's great. I think the issue is could still invest more in building that up because it is so challenging, and it's hard to coordinate all these services. I mean, it's a real challenge. So, but I think in theory, I think it's designed the way it should be.
The chair recognizes Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying so long. I appreciate it. Just a generalization, if one can make it. In the sort of the trajectory of someone who has substance disorder and goes through treatment, say they have a year treatment and they have all the social services, they get housing, they get job training, and they're ready to re-enter into, regular society. What is the rate of recidivism for someone who has all of these resources and someone who has maybe a 3-month, because you talked about the financial model, and to justify this long-term investment, we need to show the dollars saved by doing the long-term, which would happen if someone was just cycling in. So I don't know if there's numbers like that, a generalization of someone with this disorder. What is the expectation of someone?
I'm not sure this is fully going to be answering your question the way you want, but I think the best opportunity to understand the cost savings is to look at hospitalizations. And that's something that's measurable. Mm-hmm. And it's also something that's very costly. And my belief is that and I hope we get funded and can do this, and I hope to do it otherwise, because I also have some funding from the Scheller Family Foundation. My sense is that you'll see those cost savings accruing pretty quickly.
So if one were to generalize, as I said, somebody who gets that year-long investment, the chances of them relapsing, is that correlated with that amount of care, or is there something else in the chemistry of the brain chemistry of the individual that doesn't, we can't predict that? I'm just trying to understand, if can we say, you put 1 year, get them all, then the recidiv, the relapse rate is 0 or 1 or whatever. And if you don't, but I know people's brains are different, so.
Thank you so much for this question. This is not my area of expertise, I would say, and there are clinical psychiatrists and addiction medicine folks who would answer it with more precision. From my sort of, not fully expert perspective, there's a lot of variation in people, and it has to do with a lot of factors in people's life course, and it has to do with their social networks and their engagement with family and friends and hope in these things that are hard to sometimes measure. But broadly speaking, the more social connection, the more basic needs that you can fill for people, it is directly correlated with their likelihood of engaging with treatment and having success when they do it. Kind of like, quantifying that is tricky, but again, if the city can build up its data infrastructure, you can start to make those arguments.
Exactly.
And it's likely to be a little different in Philly than in some other places, and it's a legacy investment that can help the city be nimble.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for your research. I wish you success in your application in the future, and I look forward to being able to continue to communicate with you, because I know that we're going to have 1,000 more questions after this. So look out for us continuing to tap into your knowledge and your expertise. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Will the clerk please call the last 3 panelists all at the same time?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Solomon Jones, author and radio host, Mr. Seth Williams, former district attorney and CEO of Second Chances Strategies, LLC, and Raquel Mingdecoles, participant in the FERS program.
Thank you all. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for your patience. I know some of you have been here since the very beginning. Please state your name for the record and begin with your testimony.
My name is Solomon Jones. I am a radio host, columnist, and author. And I thank you for having me here this afternoon. I know you'll be pleased to hear that I'm not here to ask for any money. I am here simply as a lifelong Philadelphian whose family has called this city home for 5 generations. And as we talk about the issue of Kensington, we need to talk about the things that I believe drive the push to fix Kensington and drive what has happened to Kensington to this point. I think those 3 things are race, class, and cash. I don't talk about this lightly or without an investment in the issue. I don't speak, as some have, as someone who lives outside the city. I speak as a taxpayer and homeowner, a father of 2 children who graduated from Philadelphia schools and have gone on to college. I speak as a voter and as a community activist who owes a lot to this city. But before I talk about what I owe to the city, I want to talk about what the city owes to me. Because I'm the person that this government represents. I'm the reason there are lights and heat and offices in this building. I'm the reason there's gold inlay in the paint in the ceilings. I'm the reason that there are marble floors and stone columns and spiral staircases. I am the taxpayer. And everything here belongs to people like me. And this city owes a debt to our taxpayers, a debt of service, a debt of representation, a debt of respect to every taxpayer and every homeowner and every person who's trusted each of you not to represent yourselves, but to represent us. But for far too long, our city failed taxpayers of one of our poorest communities, Kensington. It's an odd thing to watch because the problems in Kensington can be traced to one thing, in my view. They can be traced to addiction. But addiction is treated differently based on who's experiencing the problem. During the crack crisis, for example, when the problem was thought to be black, there was a language of destruction. But when the complexion of addiction changed, so did the approach. For black folks, there was a war on drugs. For white folks, there was an opioid crisis. For black folks, helping people use drugs was enabling, and for white folks, it was harm reduction. When we suffered from this illness, it was addiction. When the complexion changed, it became substance use disorder. When black and brown folks went to a place to shoot heroin, it was called a shooting gallery, but for the new users, it was called a safe injection site. I call it the gentrification of addiction. Because for black and brown folks, addiction ended with jails, institutions, or death. For the new crop of users that brought Kensington to everybody's attention, the treatment has been different, less punitive, less real. The community has often told me that these users have been treated much differently than we were. That's structural racism, and it's wrong, but it's about so much more than race. It's also about class. It's about people like Shannon Farrell and Tim McCloskey and Harrogate and Kensington, people who are lifelong Philadelphians just like me, who live at ground zero in the opioid crisis. I don't look like them. We don't share the same backgrounds, but they're Philadelphians. I consider them my neighbors, and I will fight for my neighbors no matter what they look like, no matter where they come from, no matter how they vote, because they understand like I do what it means to have drug addiction invade a neighborhood. They know about the car break-ins and the burglaries, the robberies and the gun violence, the prostitution and disease, the hopelessness of being trapped in a community where drugs are at the center of the economy. I've been to Kensington and seen human waste on the ground. watched dozens of addicts shooting up against the back of a daycare center, heard the cries of neighbors who just want their children to be able to walk to school without traipsing through dirty needles. Kensington is the visible part of the problem, but the problem really exists in the shadows. That's why safe injection sites were never the answer, because allowing somebody to watch people use in Kensington, it does not reach into the shadows. 75% of the people who overdose in Philly do it at home. And they shoot up at home to hide. They shoot up at home so nobody knows. They shoot up at home because that's part of their ritual. How do I know so much about it? Because I've gone through an addiction of my own, and after 28 years clean, I know more about this disease than any so-called advocate who's never lived in a community where drugs are the ultimate trap. Because conquering addiction is never instant and it's never soft. You can't beat addiction by just moving it someplace else. You can't beat addiction just by blaming somebody else. You can't beat addiction just by calling it something else. So calling it substance use disorder might sound nicer, but it doesn't change the nature of the disease. Addiction is progressive, incurable, and fatal. And no matter what you call it, where you move it, or who you blame, addiction will kill the addict if he or she continues to use. And while we tend to focus on the instant death of an overdose, the more common truth is that addicts die one needle at a time, one puff at a time, one day at a time, as addiction eats away at our bodies and our spirits and our minds. So we try to get clean and we fail. We go a little farther and we fall. We stand to our feet and then we stumble. And the lessons we learn from each fall allow us to finally stand with the help of those who love us and care for us and assist us along the way. But no matter how much help we're given, we can't succeed unless we want to. Addiction operates the same way in a neighborhood. It eats away at the bones of the streets. It whittles down the sense of community. It embeds itself in the cells of homes and schools and businesses, and so it will take time to treat the community of Kensington. I believe we have to work to get people off drugs, not help them to keep using. That means that there has to be an opportunity for treatment. There must be opportunities for housing, and for those who continue to hurt the community, there must be discipline. You can't coddle someone into wanting to get clean. They have to want it for themselves. And when those who are living with addiction can do that, the demand decreases, the supply dries up, and the community starts to heal. Providing a place to get clean and sober is a first step. Providing the presence of social workers is a second step. Providing the presence of support systems and housing is a crucial step, but there has to be order, so the presence of law enforcement is also a vital step. But the final step is up to those who are living through the hell of addiction. They have to want to change. If they do, then not only will they heal, Kensington will heal as well. Thank you.
Wow. I had a question. I don't have a question anymore because that was right on point, right? And I think I want to thank you. I want to thank you because my very first opportunity to talk about something that I was extremely afraid to talk about because I didn't know about it, I didn't experience it. I was only a new chief of staff walking into a government office that I had no clue what in the heck I was doing. The one that gave me an opportunity to represent that office and be able to speak my truth for the first time and advocate for my community was you. And I was in that space probably with a whole lot of people not thinking the same way that I thought, but you were there and you had my back, and I appreciate that. But this is the first time that I hear that. And so I want to say thank you. Thank you for continuing to fight. Thank you for continuing to be a voice for the people of Kensington, even though you don't live in Kensington.
That's the key.
We always get the opposite. We always get people that want to be louder than the people that live there telling us that we have to put up with that. That is what they have to look at every day. We don't hear that. We don't hear people who are not from that community saying all of the things that you just said. And so know that I'm grateful. I appreciate you. And I'm proud to say that I know you and that you are real. You're not afraid to speak truth, because everything you said is true, right? We can't fight that. It is the truth. Thank you so much. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Council Member, or Vice Chair Jones, and then Harry.
Mr. Jones, you ain't no hustler. And that's a personal, he has a speech that he does, but you are a clarion voice of truth. And I appreciate the fact that you don't live in Kensington and that you're advocating for Kensington. I do not live in Kensington, but I understand until Kensington is safe, no other area is safe. There is needle injection, Narcan vending at 60th and Market. And there's a dirty little secret in parts of my district that people travel down to Kensington and bring it back up to that part of the district and do their thing. So the reason we are here, just like I believe you are here, is to help nip it in the bud and fight for it. Our chair lady and Member Harity live in that area, and he faces it every day when he walks out of his door, and people have threatened Member Lozada because you're interrupting their commerce. But she's not scared, and we aren't scared. But what we need is that voice that you bring to make people understand that this section of town is important too. So thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Harity.
I just want to commend you, man. I, like you, am open about my recovery. Congratulations, 28 years, man. I'm halfway there.
Thank you.
But I'm only living for today. I got ahead of myself before and ended up back, so I ain't going back this time. I want to thank you for saying what I have been saying. People don't understand, if they're not in recovery, that the way we were going about this before we got involved was not the way. So you mentioned safe injection sites. I went all after that. When people were telling me to keep my mouth shut, it's a hot button issue, and I said, no, I live there. I live at G and Allegheny on Willard Street. You know, I'm in the heart. I'm there. I ain't going nowhere. I already made up my mind. I'm staying, I'm fighting. They're gonna bend to my will. But people like you, with your name, coming in here and admitting that doesn't matter who you are, we all can be taken down by this thing, but we can all also rise like you did and be an advocate and come out. And man, I thank you so much because I live there. I appreciate you coming in and fighting for my people, for my relatives, my neighbors. That's all they want is a little peace. You know, I'm an addict, so I understand about addicts. I also understand, like you said, we can't coddle an addict. You can't give them everything, because you give us a foot, we're going to take 10 yards. Got to show them love, but it's got to be tough love. It's got to be regimented. It's got to be a point. And I thank you for coming and speaking the truth. When so many people, especially in your stature, would not, because they wouldn't want the comments to come with it. So I appreciate you, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Nina Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Solomon, for making it. I know you have things to do. But as everybody said, speaking truth to power is what you have been doing as long as I've known you, right? And I have a question about an important thing you have said and others have said, that the person has to want to go to treatment. How do we solve that? Because what's happening now is there's a vicious cycle. People, going in for detox and there's no long-term or don't want to do long-term, and then cycle right back and they're very vulnerable then, and then the dose they had before is enough to kill them, right? So how does one, and I'm sure there's psychiatrists and others who can address this even more, but we need to get to this crux of what is with saying they need to be ready to go in order for that to work, because rest of us, ready or not, we're having to deal with this.
Yeah.
So I just want real reality around this, that what do we mean by waiting for people to self-select to do something when the rest of the community is sitting there imprisoned by the circumstances?
Yeah.
I don't know how fair that is, right? So as someone who's in recovery, I know you have gone through this. I read all of your things you've written about this. Yeah. I just would like your insight into, I know this is one person's insight. I don't know if you can generalize, but I'd like to hear about that.
I think that people have to reach the point where it hurts more to continue than it does for them to stop. And that's an individual thing for everybody. You can't say what that might be for someone else, but for me it was a hospital room. So with doctors telling me you might not walk out of here. It's different for everybody else. For somebody else it might be, oh my God, I drank out of the bottle. It's different for everybody, but I think that as government and as society, we have to make sure that when a person reaches that point, that the resource is there for them to walk into. We can't say we don't have any beds, we don't have enough room, we don't have the professionals to treat you. We can't say that. Those things have to be available when that person is ready. And I do want to reiterate that you can't coddle a person into want to be ready. They have to want it for themselves.
Really. Yeah.
They have to want it for themselves.
So in the interim, while they're waiting to be ready, or we're waiting for them to be ready, what is our responsibility as society? To host this, to allow this, where is that line? Everybody else, you violate something, you're held accountable, and there's consequences. But here we're saying, no, we'll wait till you're ready, no consequences till then. But how does that work for everybody?
It doesn't. That's why I said, one of the things that you have to have is order. You have to have that. People have to face consequences for their actions, no matter who they are, no matter what consequence they're going through, because if they don't, they'll never stop.
Yeah. I just wanted to air that because
yes.
We seem to skip over that part a lot. We seem to skip over that everybody has responsibility in society, regardless of how inebriated you might be.
Yeah.
Because you are living not on an island. And so we, as government, serve the people who are imprisoned because they can't leave that area, and the people who have substance disorder, all of them. And when we see the differential in resources going to one space over the other, that's a fair question for the constituents to ask us. How much are you spending? Which is why I asked the guy before you to tell us what the value is so that we can say it's worth it to spend this money, because in the long run, all of us will benefit from that, right? We need that business model, that financial model to put in front as we're doing these things. But the personal responsibility is still there, regardless. And I would love for our city to start talking about that some more. We seem to skip over that for certain people. Thank you. I'm on this has been bothering me for a while.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for being with us today. Please state your name for the record and begin with your testimony.
Thank you, and good afternoon, or might I say good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Madam Chair Lozada, how are you? Mr. Vice Chair, my former councilman, how are you, Mr. Jones? Outstanding. That's my line. Dr. Ahmad, how are you? And my very good friend and fellow cigar aficionado, Councilman Harity, how are you? So one, I'm just honored and humbled to have been invited by you to come here to share my professional and my personal experience. I was telling a person that was out here earlier that I've been coming and testifying before City Council for 20 years now. The first time was when I was the Inspector General, when Mayor Street appointed me to be his Inspector General. I later came as the District Attorney of Philadelphia, and I was the 24th District Attorney in our city's history. I came most recently with my very good friend and fellow Central graduate, Police Commissioner Richard Ross, when we were talking about gun violence and reducing gun violence. But I think more than any other topic, the topic we're talking about today is the most important topic that I've been called to speak with you about. And like my very good friend, oh, I thought you were Solomon at first, I'm sorry. Like my very good friend Solomon, who just left, I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm not here for any money. I'm here on behalf of the residents of Philadelphia. I've been one my entire life. On behalf, Stacy's here with me, my children. I'm here on behalf of, I'm here with a singularly unique perspective of everyone you'll hear. I was an assistant district attorney here in the city of Philadelphia. I was the Inspector General. I was a law school professor. I taught criminology at Penn State. I was the elected district attorney. I was an Army officer where at one point I was the senior defense counsel, so I was the public defender for the 28th Infantry Division. I was a criminal defense attorney. And then, as you know, I had my own dispute and disagreement with the federal government, which led to my federal incarceration, where I spent the first 5 months in single solitary confinement, 23 hours a day, 5 days a week, and all day on Saturday and Sunday. Where when I did have that 1 hour a day to go to what they called rec, which was my own SPCA kennel, the men that were my closest friends were there because they were serial killers. But I got to see them as three-dimensional people in a way that I never had before. While I was incarcerated, I taught GED. I taught workforce development. I learned how to play the saxophone and the piano and became the beginner saxophone instructor. I taught Bible study. I went to every Catholic Mass, every Catholic catechism, every Protestant Bible study, Protestant worship service, held hand with every Muslim I could at night. I was in a program called the Residential Drug Abuse Program. And again, for the purposes of time, I've submitted my written testimony. I'm just freestyling right now so you can get home to your families. I was in the Residential Drug Abuse Program. For 13 months, I lived with 90 men who they had decided were in need of substance abuse disorder or were struggling, like I, with a maladaptive schema. And now, you know, what blew my mind when I was there, you know, the guys that were with me were these white guys from Kentucky that were meth addicts that the feds had claimed were drug dealers, but really they were drug addicts, and they lost all their teeth. There were these brothers from the city that were heroin dealers or crack dealers, but they were really heroin addicts and heroin abusers. And then there was a few of us that were doctors and lawyers or accountants that when we wanted to numb ourselves from whatever our struggle was, we chose martinis or Jack Daniels or women other than our wives and girlfriends as a way to numb ourselves. And what I had to come to realize was that while I could never imagine sticking a needle in my arm, and just last week I was at Sunshine House on Kensington Avenue. I routinely go there and volunteer with the Episcopal Diocese of Pennsylvania's Clare Project, and we do a street ministry of just being present. And I would never imagine sticking a hypodermic needle into my leg or into my eyelid, But once you get past that, the underlying reasons of why we were numbing ourselves were universal. And that's what Councilman Harry talks about, is what we talk about in those rooms. And so the reason why I'm here, and I'll try to expedite what I'm saying, is that diversionary programs work. And just sitting here, I've been here for 3 hours, 4 hours now. It's been very educational. I was called before to testify about crime prevention, right? Recidivism reduction as the district attorney. And I created a diversionary program that is considered the gold standard of diversionary programs. It's the choice is yours. And what I include here in my testimony is that as a young, I'm no criminologist, but I grew up in West Philly. I rode SEPTA every day to school, right? I then became an assistant DA. I was the DA, but I got my PhD in criminology while I was in prison, right? Where I learned most of the men that I taught GED, most of the men that I lived with were incredibly intelligent. They had gone to Yale and they'd gone to jail and not Yale, or they'd gone to the state pen and not Penn State like me, but they were incredibly intelligent. And most of them were great entrepreneurs. But almost all of them, all of us, were struggling with some sort of trauma that had led to either an emotional trauma that led to us numbing ourselves, or some having physical traumas, taking pills prescribed and then taking pills off the street. But I wanted to come here and talk to you, just being an honest broker, because some people were here earlier today. I think everybody's with good intentions, but there are some programs, right? Me speaking now as a returning citizen, right? I came home from prison April of 2020. Josh Shapiro used to work with me at Stradley Ronan, right? When I ran the Obama campaign in 2008, he helped me. He was one of the first state reps to endorse then Senator Obama, right? I knew Jim Kenney. Everybody, when I got home, did anybody want to give me a job? No. But probation and parole, I had to have a job and I had to have a place to live. Or my probation officer told me he knows that Judge Diamond wants to send me back as quickly as he can. But did anybody help me get a job? No. Did anybody help me get a place to live? No. They just put an ankle monitor on my left ankle, and that's how I was. I was fortunate. I got a job at Lowe's where I unloaded trucks from 7 p.m. into 5:30 a.m., and I've slowly rebuilt. We have to address, we can't arrest our way out of crime. So I didn't always know that. I was a young assistant DA, and when I was in the charging unit, I saw on the criminal files, there's something that always stuck out. And Councilman Jones knows when I would go speak to students in schools, I would say, what's the number one thing people have in common that get arrested in Philadelphia? Too frequently, though, you're correct, Dr. Ma, but the kids would go, ooh, 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 they's black. And I would go, unfortunately, a disproportionate number of people in our criminal justice system are black and brown people. But the number one thing across all race, gender, is they didn't finish high school. So if you were to ask me first off, at the macro level, what should we do to address the problem in Kensington and all across the city? We have to hold kids accountable that are truant in grade school. Now, when you're 17 and you're cutting school like I did to go see Star Wars 3 when it came out and I got in trouble that day, that's a different thing than fourth graders and fifth graders being chronically truant. And generally, the root cause of that, the kid didn't decide, I'm just going to stay home today and watch Jerry Springer. There's some sort of dysfunction in the home. They might need the child to babysit a younger sibling, or there might be other issues. We need to address those root causes early on. Fast forward. in 2000, the district attorney, Lynn Abraham, asked me to become the chief of the repeat offenders unit. I said, okay, what's that? She said, we don't know. We want you to figure it out. I was like, okay. And now I had no training in criminology, but I began looking at everybody who's getting arrested every day, right? Those that finally determined we're going to get people who had been arrested, had 3 or more felony convictions, 7 or more total convictions, or 25 arrests or more. But what stuck out in my head was, yeah, some of these people, like Chris Rock said, gotta go, gotta go. Some people need a timeout. But we as a society and as a system had failed these people the first and second time they got arrested. So, asking me, what should we do? Everyone has different criminogenic needs. That is the criminological term for what issues do we need to address in that person so that they don't reoffend. And Solomon and I might commit the same crime for totally different reasons. So it's not one size fits all. We need to address what that person needs, right? Again, stats are important. Data is important. Approximately, to your numbers, the business model, we're spending in Pennsylvania close to $41,000, $42,000 per person per year to incarcerate them. Where we have a failure rate, 40% of all people get rearrested in the first year that come home from state, county, and federal prison. 63.4% get rearrested within the first 3 years. 70% in 5 years. 80% in 8 years after release. So from a business model, from a far right-wing Koch brothers business return on investment model, what we're doing now is horrific. From a far left-wing Mother Teresa, let's help everyone perspective, what we're doing is horrific. So, I was a DA for 10 and a half years. I decided, I'm gonna leave because it's gotta be done in a better way. I ran against my predecessor and our t-shirt said, Seth Williams, smart on crime, not just tough, as a slight jab at my predecessor. I began learning all these smart things to be smart on crime. See, we try to go back and forth on this pendulum, tough on crime, soft on crime, tough on crime. But we need to be smart on crime. So I started reading as much as I could. Before I became the district attorney, I traveled to San Francisco. And I met with the district attorney of San Francisco, who had a great program called Back on Track. But I was totally enamored with all these different things that she was doing. And the first one I wanted to implement, she had a program called Back on Track. We called it The Choice is Yours here in Philadelphia. So what does that mean? At the time, and you heard Brother Jones talking about the crack epidemic. Because of the crack epidemic, we had a war on drugs that was completely a failure. We were sending people in Pennsylvania to state prison for selling 2 grams of crack. There was a mandatory minimum of 1 year. That's like 2 Splenda packets. Would get you 1 year, at then $35,000 a year, with a recidivism rate of 63%. So what we did, I spoke with then District Attorney Harris, now our Vice President, most recently, right, Kamala Harris, and I replicated what she did there. And so what we did was, instead of prosecuting them, we addressed their criminogenic needs. We'd find out what each person needed. Again, the 3 things that have the greatest impact on reducing recidivism: education, getting your GED. Number 2, substance abuse disorder treatment, helping people that are addicted learn how to have coping skills. See, when you're in addiction, you will give up everything for one thing. When you're in recovery, you're willing to give up that one thing for everything. So education, substance abuse disorder, and a third one, which is incredible. I told you there's a 63% recidivism rate for people that get released within 3 years, get rearrested, right? 63%. It's only 14% for people that spend 1 hour a week while they're incarcerated in spiritual formation, in Bible study class, going to chapel, be it Hindu, Orthodox Jewish, if they're going to whatever. What do those three things have in common? It's changing the hearts and minds of people. So diversionary programs work. And what I detailed here is that I went to San Francisco, met with the then District Attorney Harris, came back to Philadelphia. See, nobody had any money to give me. Despite everybody thinking I had a great idea, all the money goes to the prison, in the state prison system. All the money goes to all these other things. It was only because of Jerry Lenfest, my very good friend Dr. Keith Leapart connected me with Jerry Lenfest. Jerry Lenfest said, it's a great idea, I'll give you all the money. So, this great billionaire gave us the money to get started. And we were, instead of spending $35,000 a year to incarcerate people, Jebs was only spending, we're spending $4,000. Well, Jebs we had the RFP, Wilson Good Jr., former mayor, now Reverend Dr. Good, was our chairperson. We had an RFP, Jebs won the RFP. They've been doing it for 13 years. We were spending only $4,000 a year to get people into this program, and I detailed what services they get here, okay? There's only an 11% recidivism rate. 70% of the students get jobs. It's just phenomenal. That's just an investment that we have to make these investments. But the thing is, when I first started The Choice Is Yours, when I started we had de minimis amounts of marijuana, just taking them out of the criminal courts. Well, my predecessor called me a hug-a-thug DA. I was vilified for that back then. But these are the things that are smart. So what does it take? It takes the political will to know, and I detail in here that Commissioner Bethel with David Irizarry have a wonderful program in PAD. It's phenomenal. That's something we need to replicate, to expand, right? The programs, the way people get pulled into the system, right? I used to be the president of the Overbrook Park Civic Association in Councilman Jones' district. Who has the most power on the street? The person who's going to come into contact with the person first. So we need to have more programs. As the last gentleman here, I wish I could just go have lunch with him right now. This guy that just left here. It has to be immediate. And a lot of these things don't cost a lot of money. There needs to be some of the greatest. I had an Eisenhower Fellowship back when people still liked me, and I went to Australia. I went to South Africa to learn about recidivism-reducing programs and diversionary programs. If you were to ask me, what are the things that are most important in them? You have to have community involvement, right? So we have the youth. Lynn Abraham, good thing she did, she created the youth aid panels. So that's a good thing in Philadelphia, the youth aid panels. So in a lot of places around the country, and I list for here the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, the Pennsylvania District Attorneys Association, the National District Attorneys Association. There are a lot of organizations that provide resources if you want to learn about the good, the bad, and the ugly of diversionary programs. But as a person who is an advocate and a returning citizen himself, and a person who's been in recovery since June the 29th of 2017, what I really think is important, again, is the humanity. We have to think about the people who are in it and how you're treating them. And again, there are people that represent organizations that were here today that have great ideas and concepts, but if you, as Councilman Jones, went with them on a tour of this thing to treat people that are in their programs, it'd be great. If you went with a hoodie on and some Timbs and some jeans and just rolled in there just to see what they do for Pookie and Man Man, you would leave disgusted. And that's what I've experienced since I've been home. And that's why, I'm not just talking out of a book anymore, right? I teach in the Philadelphia prisons every Tuesday and Thursday. A class I made up for free to reduce recidivism by addressing the things that people need the most, right? They need the conflict de-escalation skills, gratitude. I could go on, I could talk to you forever, and I'll come back whenever you want, but I know she's got places to go. But it's just, there's so much money that needs to be directed on the right things, and a lot of it isn't. And with that, I'll submit my written testimony and say goodnight.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for sharing your story with us. I think that a lot of the things you said are some of the things we need to respond to in the Kensington community, and it's no secret, right? I mean, I want to start off with the fact that I represent the district with the lowest performing schools when compared to other to other schools across the city of Philadelphia. I represent the district where the opioid epidemic crisis is happening, and the defender said earlier, right, responding to a question that Councilmember Jones had, some of these children, if we don't respond now, will become part of our systems, our criminal justice system, our DHS system, our mental health system, our substance abuse disorder system, which is why it is, and all of that keeps me up at night, right? All of that keeps me up at night because I feel directly responsible for ensuring that when little Jose or Johnny see me in 20 years, that they are not able to say that I had an opportunity to change their quality of life and I did nothing about it. And so it is why I fight the way that I fight, regardless of who I take on as an enemy or who I take on as somebody that doesn't dislike me or who thinks that I'm being reckless or crazy when I'm responding to the needs of my community. And that is because of a lot of what you said, right? We need to figure out how we do better responding to not just those that are living in substance abuse disorder in the Kensington community, but those who are raising their children in that community as well. Because if not, they will be sitting across from us in a few years as being part of a system that they believe that failed them. So thank you so much for sharing your story. My office is definitely going to continue to reach out to you because we have a lot of questions, but I want to give Raquel an opportunity to share her story. And I have a 7 p.m. meeting that I'm supposed to be at in the district, and so I want to make sure that I'm respectful to the residents over there as well. So please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. So I am Raquel McNichols. Good.
You can begin with your
So
testimony.
thank you for the opportunity to come out to share my story with you all. It was pretty cool sitting next to the former district attorney because I was actually convicted when he was in office. So thank you for that. We both were. We have a lot in common. I'm also in recovery, but thank you for being part of my story that saved my life because that was exactly what I needed. So I am going to read a little bit off of, I don't want to get in trouble by Gianna because I'm going to go a little bit off of my testimony I submitted. So I've been in long-term recovery from substance use and alcohol use disorders since August 5th, 2016. I've been working in behavioral health since October 2017. So this is not only my just my job, but this is my purpose as well. So I was once part of the problem in Kensington. Now I am a tireless advocate and I try to be part of the solution one day at a time. And I don't live there anymore, but that was where I grew up in that area, Port Richmond, Fishtown, Kensington. My mom is still over there. My grandmom's in Harrogate. You know, everyone's still there. So I began drinking at 12 years old, and by 15, I started using Percocet. It was easier to get Percocet than it was to get a cigarette. I had my first Percocet before I even smoked a cigarette. It escalated. By 25 years old, I was using heroin daily. So I am very afraid of needles, not tattoo needles, but, you know, like needles, like when you have to go to the doctors. I became addicted to the needle when I was using heroin, which is wild. Like, I've literally traumatized myself and can't go get blood work. I'm always sitting on blood work because I'm so afraid to get it. Before I got sober this time, my first encounter with a diversion program was the AMP ARD program. So I had gotten arrested for possession, and then I was entered into the AMP ARD program. And I got several, I don't even know how many, but several bench warrants from that program because I wouldn't show up for court. but then I did start showing up, and I would always go and talk to the social worker there, but I still wasn't quite ready. What pushed me to finally enter into treatment was in October 2014, I was finally homeless. So the family was finally like, we're done with your, shenanigans, and, we would like for you to figure things out. So I didn't right away, but then I went to treatment. But I can say this, like I might have looked physically broken, but I was not emotionally broken. So, but I did go and I did give this a shot. So then by January 2015, I did complete the program of ARD and had my record expunged. I did remain in recovery for a while and found employment, but I eventually disconnected from my network, put everything in front of my recovery, and I truly didn't know then what I suffered from. So then when I relapsed, I will say that it was an 8-month relapse, and it was the 8-month relapse of hell. So I relapsed in November 2015. I wanted to die every day. It was that powerful that I wanted to die, but I didn't have the guts to kill myself. And they had such a power over me. I remember I would get home, I had an apartment in Port Richmond, and I would make a right on Somerset, I would drive, and I would be like, all right, got my turn signal, and I'm making a right on Somerset. My car would just take me to Kensington Ave. I had no control over it. And it is just that powerful. I remember crying when using drugs, crying when drinking. I remember getting on my knees and praying and begging God, whoever was up there, to remove it. It was just that powerful. And I couldn't stop. So my addiction now, I had my record expunged, nothing, but on July 29th, 2016, I robbed a bank because I needed money. And I needed money to get high. And that was my only motive. I did not want to hurt anyone. I just went in there with a note and passed a note and got some money. And then I was arrested on August 4th, 2016. My mom turned me into the FBI. And I'm a mom now, and I get that. I totally get that. And I remained in Philadelphia County, so I came through this system, and that was when Mr. Williams, I was under the system when he was there, because the amount of money was not enough to be considered a federal crime. While incarcerated, I experienced severe withdrawal symptoms and was hospitalized for suicidal thoughts in there. Before my arrest, I was receiving methadone maintenance. I was an outpatient. I went every day. I went to all my groups. But I always had dirty urines during that 8 months. It was never offered to me, do you want to go to a higher level of care? Ever. There was a missed opportunity there. When I was incarcerated, a fax didn't go through to the provider that was giving the methadone. So I ended up withdrawing from methadone, heroin, benzos, alcohol, every other substance I was using. While I was incarcerated, I participated in the options program. I attended AA meetings and began therapy. I pled guilty on October 19, 2016, and the judge ordered a FAR evaluation. 2 weeks later, I was informed, 2 months later, it was not that quick. 2 months later, I was informed that I would receive a 6 to 23-month sentence with time served, immediate parole to FAR, and 3 years probation. I entered the treatment facility on January 17, 2017, and was discharged February 12th. I was attending outpatient treatment, meeting with my probation officer weekly, and engaging in biweekly sessions with my FAR case manager. By May 2017, due to consistent engagement in treatment, 12-step fellowship meetings, volunteering, and attending certified recovery specialist classes, I was discharged from FAR and continued regular probation. I was able to get off of probation 2 years early with an early probation termination. FAR played a crucial role in my recovery. After incarceration, I needed a therapeutic environment to transition before reintegrating into society. It provided the necessary step-down treatment that I needed. I had to work on myself and heal from the root causes of my addiction. Through FAR, I learned that I could learn how to survive, how to live. I learned that I would, and through my 12-step fellowship, that I didn't have control over my drinking, and I needed to do some work internally, and I needed to begin the process of self-forgiveness. However, there are significant delays, which we did hear about earlier, in the FAR process that need to be addressed. Individuals in need of substance use disorder treatment often wait for extended periods in prison custody, which costs a lot more money too, sometimes for 6 months or more, before receiving an update on whether they qualify for FAR, followed by another 6 to 8 weeks for bed placement and transport. This process feels inhumane as people are held in limbo after experiencing withdrawal and uncertainty. I have personally supported individuals who have waited for FAR evaluations only to be released in the middle of the night with no treatment or place to go and return back to Kensington. And then that's a missed opportunity. So what happens, what I've been noticing is it seems like everyone's not coordinating proper communication. The lawyers aren't, the judges aren't, the prison isn't, or the social workers. So then people are falling through the cracks. And I always tend to get these really hard cases, like I think I'm just like a magnet for them, but I've learned over the years how to navigate them, and it's amazing. So I strongly believe it needs to be more efficient and person-centered. There must be a timelier way to receive updates on assessments and sentencing with better communication between the person getting the services, attorneys, the district attorney's office, the FAR department, and judges to ensure no one falls through the cracks, and the prison. The system needs to be more coordinated to avoid unnecessary delays. I would also recommend that prison staff is better trained to manage individuals going through withdrawal. I can relate to being that person that was very mistreated by prison staff and couldn't see a doctor for days when I was going through withdrawal. Hold on, I'm trying to go through this quickly. I think this will also promote the well-being of those incarcerated and create a more compassionate and effective correctional environment. I also think that medical staff needs to be better trained, maybe a better medical provider, I don't know who it is, but someone that's used to like our population. So I just want to say this, addiction is the opposite of connection. When individuals are connected to services through diversion in a humane and compassionate way, recovery becomes possible. Thank you for concluding with success stories. Today we've heard a lot of quantitative data demonstrating the effectiveness of diversion programs, but the qualitative data, the real life stories, are just as powerful, if not more. Success is measured in the ripple effect of recovery, from the individual reclaiming their life to the families who heal alongside of them. It's seen in the children who get their parents back, or like myself, the new children that come into this world and don't have to see their mom drink or get high. In the mothers who no longer have to search for their child on the streets of Kensington, and in the connections that are rebuilt. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I hope these recommendations will be considered to enhance the treatment and support for individuals involved in the criminal justice system who are struggling with substance use disorders in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for your willingness to continue to show up and be supportive of those who are going through these challenges in the community, right? In another situation, the person would not want to stay in their neighborhood to be able to give back and do the work, right? Just for a lot of reasons. So I applaud you, and I appreciate the fact that that you do what you do every day, and that you're always willing to tell your story regardless of who you're in front of. Appreciate you, wish you luck on your continued journey, right? Because it's a journey every day. I've heard from Councilmember Harity that every day is an opportunity to stay on course, and not always is it easy. And so thank you for what you do every day.
Salute.
Thank you so much for being with us. Hearing no other witnesses to testify today, this concludes the business before the Special Committee on Kensington. Thank you all very much for your attendance and for staying with us this evening. Thank you.
Good job.